Alright, hello everybody, how's it going? Happy Tuesday, hope y'all are doing well. I am back with some more Remnant from the Ashes. We're going to be playing the DLC today, or more of the DLC. I did technically start it last time, but I didn't get very far. I just kind of cleared out the first little area. I don't know how long the DLC actually is. It might not be particularly long, but if we finish it up quickly, I'll probably just maybe do like try out some of the adventure or survivor mode stuff on stream before we like wrap up our Remnant playthrough. And I don't know, we might revisit this with some future co-op if people are interested. But as an update, Remnant 2 is coming out on the 25th. I went ahead and just purchased, pre-ordered the game because I am planning to play it. And beyond that, I went ahead and actually just got the Ultimate Edition because, I mean, it wasn't really cheap, but, the stuff that they're offering with it seemed like it could be worthwhile. They do plan to do DLC for the game, so I figured might as well. It'll just come with it once it releases. And it also said something about having, some early access to the game like by a few days, so I don't know if that means that I'll actually be able to play it on like the 22nd or 23rd, but if I can and we're already done with this, then I might do that, because then I don't necessarily need to try to come up with like another game in the interim to play in between. If we finish this up like today or tomorrow or whatever, I can just take like a day off or two, or we can just do some stuff in Elden Ring or something. I guess we'll see. What day actually is... Let's see. The 25th is Tuesday. So yeah, depending on when we get access, because I'll probably be doing Elden Ring with Charlie over the weekend, if I get early access, I probably won't play it unless she doesn't want to stream on, say, like Sunday. And if I don't get early access, then we'll just be playing it on Tuesday along with everybody else. But yeah, I guess we'll see how that ends up going. Hey, Karate. How's it going, dude? Hope you're doing well. Okay, I gotta get used to the controls of this game again because I have not played for several days. I just want to quickly stop with this guy.
What do you need?
I think we're as upgraded as we can be. I just want to double check. Looks like that's the case. We're kind of missing out on any further armor right now. Or iron, I mean, for armor. But we could upgrade our hat. Where are my pants at? So we're going to pass them. Also, hey Anna, how's it going? Hang on, I'll read your message in just a second. There they are. So we just can't afford to make this a 16. Yeah, I guess I was just saving my hardened iron. That was the plan.
Care, my friend.
Don't know how long I can stay because my mom and nephew can be back from the shopping trip at any time. Oh, no worries. I appreciate you hanging for as long as you can one way or the other, or, also appreciate that you have a life, you got stuff going on. It's all good. You tell them to get the good lettuce for the bunnies. The bunnies demand good lettuce. Alright, so yeah, I guess let's just continue. What other guns do I have at the moment? I think we were we were thinking about maybe leveling up the Curse of the Jungle God at some point. Or possibly the submachine gun, because people were saying that this gun is actually kind of good, and that the submachine gun is also kind of good, if you don't mind, like, the lower accuracy, but, like, just high burst damage, because this thing, if you can get close enough to, like, kind of group the shots at, like, a general weak point, or if the weak point is relatively big, I guess, that you're aiming for, and just otherwise have, like, good crit and stuff like that, this, has really high burst damage because you can just unload like the full 40 round magazine into an enemy like really quickly. This obviously you have to tap shoot, and it takes quite a bit longer to fire all 15 rounds, but it's a little bit better for just like precision shooting than this is. But yeah, the Curse of the Jungle God did seem like it could also be kind of cool. It's not quite as magnum-y as like these other ones are, because like these guns just do, they have barely any magazine size and they barely let you carry any extra ammo for them, but they do much higher damage per shot. Somebody said there was like a hunting pistol or something like that too, I think, but I have not found that yet. I guess we'll just head back to, yeah, we had found like the other ward 16 or 17 or whatever the fuck it was we were after for the DLC here. But that's really all I did was like, I just, before I came back to the hub, I just kind of like wandered around the initial first area. Turn this down slightly for me. It's a little loud in my ears. Let me know how the audio is for you guys, by the way, if the game needs to go up or down. It's been a while since I've played, so I don't remember exactly where I typically had things on sliders and stuff. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, I basically cleared out the first little overworld area that led to here. The only thing that we couldn't do is that we found like a locked door in the one like little shack house. I think this is where we came from. Dodge is X. To remember.
Now what?
You in any way? Okay. Sort of disappears when I get close. I don't know if I'm meant to do anything with that or not. He doesn't seem hostile, but I don't know if he's gonna stay like that. Let me think about this. L1 is my heal. I remember that. R1 is our mod. This is aim. This is attack and or shoot while we're aiming. And then up, down, right, left for our items. Left stick is run. Right stick is ping.
Over there.
Okay. Homestead basement key. Oh, well, that must be the key that I was literally just talking about. Guess these don't have power currently. Let's explore around here a little bit first before we just peace out. Oh.
Okay, this is it.
Alright, so that thing just like tightens up whenever we get closer. I don't know if I can somehow get through it. Maybe with like some fire damage or something, but probably meant to do something to unlock it. Looks like we need a fuse for our power. We either have to find one somewhere, or maybe we can potentially steal the one from our own base. It would be interesting if they actually wanted you to do that. Wait, did I look at everything in here? I think I did. I just felt like I went in a circle and didn't actually look at everything, but I guess I did. Alright. Yeah, I kind of missed me some Remnant over the last several days. We've been playing a lot of Elden Ring. I did play some Remnant in between, as y'all know, but we just went pretty heavy on the Elden Ring co-op for a bit and weren't really sure. We didn't exactly have like a set schedule or anything. We just kind of were playing when it felt like we could, I guess. But yeah, it's a little bit difficult to keep up with because, like, you know, obviously for Charlie, like for me, it's really early in the morning. For Charlie, it's really late at night, which makes it like not ideal for her to be doing it on like typical work days or days that she's gonna have work the following morning because she can't stay up super late. She needs her sleep. So do I, for that matter. And like if I just It's not like I'm getting up super early. I mean, it's early, but like the point is, if I don't go to bed early, then I don't necessarily get a lot of sleep. So if I'm then getting up and then she's gonna tell me the following morning, like, hey, I'm a little too tired today to do this, or something came up or whatever, I perfectly understand. It's all good. It's not like she's letting me down or anything, but it's just because she won't know until then, typically, it just becomes a thing of like, we're just kind of constantly guessing to see whether or not we're going to be playing that day or not. So it's not ideal for either of us sleep schedule wise. So we're trying to like plan around just doing the weekends right now because it's a little easier for both of us. Also, hey Chinook, I don't think I actually said hi when you came in.
Dr.
Hope you're doing well.
September 30th, 1960. Today is an auspicious day. The crystal and its corresponding structures beneath the atoll are secure. And Commander Neville has given us full access to the writings. The runes are unlike any script I've ever seen. Commander Neville believes they are of extraterrestrial origin, but I believe they originate from
Spider-Man went root crazy. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like they got Yuri
known.
Lowenthal to do some of the voices in this.
Proved difficult at first.
Was he not was it just Harsgard, or I remember hearing his voice somewhere else in the game.
The others do not see it yet. Some even claim I am making things up, but I see clear elements of logic in the room.
Like I felt like maybe it might have been
a story.
The Dreamer, but that's probably not right. I don't remember what the Dreamer sounds like, so I'm just trying to remember where else in the game I heard his voice, and I was just like, wait a minute, did they get Yuri Lowenthal to do a voice in this game? I don't know what kind of budget they had for this game. It obviously wasn't like terrible or anything. It's a well-made game, and it is like, aside from your character, it is like fully voice acted. But even for your character, like they clearly they put in multiple voice actors to do, like, not unlike how some games like like Saints Row even will work, where this, voice actors will read the same lines depending on how, what voice you're choosing. So you got all of your like little lines that you say during combat or when you find things or whatever, and then during certain cutscenes, like the start of the DLC had a fully voiced narrated bit by the voice actor that I chose to provide my voice. So I'm assuming everyone that they got to do the voices for the main character had to also do that same narration. So it could just be based on whoever whatever voice you chose. But like I said, I always assumed that like this was kind of like a smaller studio project because like parts of the game are not as like, it's similar to like kind of how I was making the comparison to like the first Metro game. The first Metro is far more, Eurojank, as somebody put it the other day. It's far less of a polished, piece than this is, but they have similar things going on where like some elements are obviously like, they're not as polished as they could be, in terms of like something that would be considered a big studio project, and that's fine. I'm not saying that means anything at all. In fact, personally, I tend to be a fan of there's a lot of AAA games that I like, obviously, in AAA studios. FromSoft counts, and obviously I'm a big fan of their games. And there's some other titles, but like I am a big fan of a lot of indie titles. Like the amount of money you put behind a project does not specifically equate to a better game. In fact, with a lot of Western devs, I feel like that's almost becoming the opposite these days. A lot of fucking AAA titles they just feel, I don't want to say lazy, because that's not fair, but they're not well optimized at launch, if at all. Sometimes like they just dump all kinds of crap into the game, which, it's not like that it's a bad thing to have options in your game, but sometimes it's like they just put them in there without much thought, and it's just like, does this really belong in this game? Like Horizon Forbidden West is a good example of this, because while I think the overall game is actually really solid, there's a bunch of shit in that game that just doesn't need to be there. And obviously I worked on the guide for that game, and I think that a lot of the people that work for Guerrilla are great. Overall, it's a good studio. Um, and even though I didn't really like certain aspects of Horizon Forbidden West in terms of like, you know, certain characterizations, like Aloy just kind of feels like a jerk a lot of the time for no reason. And I didn't care as much about the story. uh I still think it's a really good game. The combat, you know, and the machine design in general is still fucking top tier. Like, it's really good. um Albeit like occasionally a little limited by certain degrees, but it's mostly around the weaponry at that point. But even then, you have a lot of options, really, and if you get creative with how you do stuff, you can actually do a lot. But a lot of that really comes down to just how fucking amazingly well designed the machines are themselves. Um, in terms of just like how all of their mechanics work, because it's really is a really complex system, but it works so well for despite having so many moving pieces. Um, but yeah, like in terms of the open world, because they wanted to make it open world, the story already is a little meh for me, but then it's just like, okay, well, I've got my main quest line, and then I have my side quests and my tasks and errands, and it's just kind of like, okay, some of these, especially with the narrative here, they don't really seem like they fit super well, but I can put some of that to the side. I can overlook a little bit of it. But then you also get stuff like, you know, because they were in the first game, you've got the hunting grounds, and stuff like that, even though sometimes I feel like they don't really make a lot of sense for Aloy to be doing. And I also don't feel like they're not all terrible or anything, but there's a couple of them that aren't really very fun. um, Machine Strike and the Gauntlet races are probably like the two things that make like the least amount of sense to be in the game. And I feel like a lot of that boils down to like, hey, we're making this big open world game. We need to put in more stuff. Well, because you can mount, we should put in like races, you know? And it's just like, okay, well, I see the thought process behind this, but did you stop to think that this was absolutely necessary to have? You know, because particularly in the way that it's designed, it's extremely simplistic, and I wouldn't say that the gauntlet races are especially fun. I'm not saying they're the opposite. Like, you can have fun doing them, but they're extremely simple. There's not really much going on in them, and they're a little bit annoying on top of being simple, because like all of the opponent riders have like this terrible rubber banding that they do, where they just kind of like, they can fall behind, but even if you get like a significant lead on them, like they will just immediately fucking catch up to you. It's not super well, it's not very like realistically balanced around like actual race mechanics. But and the Machine Strike just doesn't really make sense to be there. I feel like they wanted to capitalize on like the popularity of stuff like Gwent for The Witcher 3, and Gwent is a really fun card game, so much so that they made it into its own game to be played outside of the Witcher series. But Machine Strike is a board game that it kind of works. I don't think it's particularly interesting though. It's just sort of a thing that exists. Anyway, you know, yeah, I think bloat is probably the appropriate term. But yeah, anyway, so enough about that. Let me let me actually read this so I can get it off the screen. October 3rd, 1960. I'm certain of the runes are of Earth origin, but if so, they represent a proto-language older than any known human civilization. There are elements of Egyptian hieroglyphics alongside variations of Elamite and even Sumerian logograms. This is a linguistic marvel, evidence that these languages are not isolates, maybe even say isolated, but may have originated from a single source common to all language. As a result, deciphering the runes is just a matter of time, possible if non-trivial. It is also evidence. It is also evidence that the author of these runes is very old and advanced for their time. We have been unable to date the structures themselves, but I suspect they are tens, perhaps hundreds of thousands of years old. This goes against everything we thought we knew. We must learn more. Oh. What? It's just like bugged. I don't know if there is a next and it just isn't working properly because I can't flip through the pages. It just becomes blank. All right. Sorry about that. I wanted to get my rant out of the way, and I'm trying to remember exactly. Oh yeah, all I was saying is that this game, it looks good. I'm not trying to say that it doesn't look good. It just it reminds me a little bit of like the first time I played Metro, where you can kind of tell that like certain assets are maybe like a little too clean looking. Like they don't perfectly seem like hand sculpted for every single environment, and that's totally okay. There's plenty that are like everything fits fine. Like nothing stands out so badly that it's like, you know, oh, this one section looks really bad. Like I think they've done a really good job designing everything, but I feel like, you know, there's a slight lack of certain detail in some areas. It makes certain things look a little flat, and you know, with all of that being the case, I do feel like that also is going to make the sequel just that much better, because I feel like they've addressed all of that stuff from what I've seen. I don't, you know, obviously I don't have hands-on experience with the game itself, so I don't know ultimately what it's going to be like. I take it we want to get in there, but all right, I've already been to all these rooms, right? We picked up the basement key. We may just have to go back to that house because I don't think we can get in there yet. I think these things are going to become enemies at some point. My controller vibrates when I like walk through one, but it doesn't seem to damage me or anything. At least not yet. We need a fuse for in here. It's one page on the reading screen, but on printed pages you can turn them. Oh, I see what you're saying. Let me just go back and look at that then. Maybe there was like drawing or something. I don't assume we can open this right now, but I'll try the key just for the hell of it. Okay. Same deal here, I assume. Oh, well, this is something. Alright, let's see where the stairs are again. Is it here? Oh. Where were my stairs at? Might have actually been that way. Main bay. This is just the bit that loops, right? Yeah. Probably wouldn't hurt if I just like looked at the map when I'm running around. Okay, so the issue is that like I don't know if they just messed up. The overall note is done in 2 pages, but this is just, it fits into 1 page, so normally the next thing would work, but they actually didn't need one there. Hey Al, what's up, dude? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Alright, let's go mess with this this weird object, I guess. Am I gonna die if I walk into it? Okay. I was gonna shoot it at first. Oh, it like... Oh, it like changed the reality I'm in or something. kind of sort of what? Sort of dodged into that a little bit. Oh, I was wondering what dog was doing. Oh, he can heal. I don't think I can out damage this. I've tried, but alright, well in that case, give me back my boy. I'm gonna try one more thing. Also, I gotta turn my fucking volume down. It's still really loud for me. He just gets stunned. Okay. I was gonna say, like, maybe I could try to, like, melee him or something, but... Who's whispering at me? Something about the doorway, I got it. Is there a spare fuse we can steal in this, dimension? Nope. Okay. It was a little close there, maybe.
Equality.
A man's fighting for equality. No, I think we want to go that way. What?
Come on.
Where you come from, buddy? Also, I'll see you later on. Sorry, I was very distracted by the game just then. Can we still rest at this? It's not safe. Kill nearby enemies. Well, I can't kill them. So I don't think I want to go this way. He just killed himself. What? Did I shoot you accidentally, or is that hurting you? Alright.
Well, it's over.
I think you got him, doggo. You're just distracting him. Seems like we can still go back in there. I don't know if we missed anything. I thought it would have been cool if, like, in that little alternate dimension there, or the space between dimensions, whatever the fuck that was supposed to be, that we could, like, loot a fuse from in there, but it didn't seem like that was an option. May have to get the fuse like from the homestead or something. Once we go back there and use the key. But for now, let's go this way. Oof, it's okay. Little maze like down here. So don't forget to break chairs and stuff. We want more scrap. There's another boy there. So I'm assuming we're gonna need to do some more alternate reality stuff here. Alright, what we got? Alright, February 18th, 1962. Every time I read Clawbone's passages, I find something new. Sometimes I think the runes may actually be changing, though photographic evidence has proven this to be as ridiculous as it sounds. Only my understanding is evolving. The author of the runes intrigues me. He speaks as though his people are immortal. At first I interpreted this in a spiritual sense, like heaven or the Hindu concept of nirvana, but the stories he tells are not those of souls that have moved on. He speaks of living beings carrying out mundane yet utopian lives. They're real. What if these writings are meant literally? What if his people who have found a way to send Clawbone's words across the barriers between the worlds have also found a way to elude death itself? It sounds fantastic even as I write it, yet the possibility cannot be overlooked. If so, then his world may still exist. Clawbone may still exist. He writes of realms his people cannot enter, quarantined by powerful guardians and ancient codes. I believe our world is similarly quarantined, hence the runes rather than a personal visit. But what if we could reach him? What if we could speak to Clawbone himself? Dr. Harsgard. Alright, let's see. We came from that way. So we got at least a couple of these boys here. Unless that was the same one and he just went in a smaller loop than I thought he was. So that looks like the exit we're gonna need to go through. Maybe. Same type of door. A lot of the wood in this fucking place does not. There we go. Was not getting a lot of scrap. There's the entrance. Is there another door leading into there? I see like this little thing in the wall. That's probably a ramp leading up out. Question is, maybe you can get in there from above, from the catwalk or something. Let's see. Just make sure that we found everything before we go activating. Okay, yeah, there definitely are a couple of these boys here, not just one. Plus whatever amount of the little ones that exist in the other space there. Research bay. This is also a door, but I can't do anything with it. We should probably go back to the homestead just to see what's up with the basement, because I'm sure there's going to be like stuff, and it may pertain to the things that we can do here. So, key card there's all kinds of shit, man. Locked doors. Key card locked doors. Just checking. Okay. Alright. I think that's all we can do. I guess we'll go break the thing while we can. I think in this case, let's equip the coach gun. Try to quickly refamiliarize myself with the route here that we're going to want to take. So the door is there. And then our entrance is over here. All right, here goes nothing. Yeah, you thought. All right. That was not too bad. Well, we are getting a little low on our ammo. I guess I'll just keep the coach gun equipped because it seems like a lot of the same thing that we're going to have to deal with. Oh, talk shit, get bit. What? Hey, Charlie, how's it going? Welcome in, everybody. Sass, Carpe Diem, hello, hello. Charlie, how was the rest of your stream? Hang on, let me give you a shout out. It's always weird when the fucking sound just cuts out like that. There we go. Hello, everybody. Thank you for the follows, by the way. Am Serenity, welcome in, welcome in. You beat O'Neill? Nice, nice. Did you talk to Millicent then, or did you just kind of end up wrapping it up like right after that? Definitely looking forward to watching some more of the RL1 playthrough. I really like low level challenge playthroughs, honestly. Of these games, of the FromSoft games, I mean, Souls games, etc. What is this? Ward Prime maintenance key. Okay. That's right, it's Ward Prime. I was trying to remember the number of this ward. It's just Ward Prime. Got hella lucky, to be fair, because he didn't summon his second boys until he was almost dead, pretty much. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying, is like, as long as you've got like some decent damage, he doesn't usually take that long to kill, and you can usually outpace his summons. Something in there? I guess that's just something on the table. Alright. Just the thing to read then. And the key was the main thing. Alright. Yeah. No, we're playing the Remnant from the Ashes DLC right now. I was saying earlier that I went ahead and purchased Remnant 2. Apparently the Ultimate Edition, supposedly anyway, will let you get access like a couple of days early. So depending on how that works, I might play it before the actual release date. I have no fucking clue if that's actually true or not. But I guess it'll depend on how it goes. But yeah, I plan to be available over the weekend regardless, though, for more Elden Ring, for whatever works for you, Charlie. And yeah, I gotta head to bed. I'm gonna post the questions. Yeah, no worries. Go ahead and you do that. Yeah, have yourself a great night. Thanks again for the raid. And yeah, sleep well. Say hey to GD for me. Give the puppy some pats. And yeah, I'll see you later. All right. October 31st, 1960. Astounding. The runes are a history, even a kind of instruction manual. The author, whose runic name can be best translated as Clawbone, seems to have been a kind of missionary from his own country, and the runes his epistle. He speaks of the perfection of his home country, a land without sickness, pain, suffering, or sorrow, a land even without death. I can only assume he is speaking about an ancient form of heaven. I have tried to teach others to decipher the runes, but all my efforts have been in vain. They cannot see the patterns I see, and some have even claim I am delusional. I had not thought myself much more intelligent than the other scientists, but perhaps I was wrong. In any case, I proved my methods beyond doubt when I used the ruby lens to decipher the door's passcode. As a result, Commander Neville has put me on deciphering the runes full time. It is my project now. Look at me. I am the project leader now. Alright, I guess we have the key. We can start opening some doors around here. I also kind of want to just like teleport and go back to the homestead just to see what's in that basement, because it could just be like like a random little thing. So maybe let's go do that first, and then we'll quickly come back. Hopefully that's not like a super long deal. Although, regardless, I kind of hope the DLC is not super short, because we've already beaten the campaign, so... Alright, let's see here. This is a medium crystal, right? So I should just be able to teleport back to this when I'm done. Yes. Alright, sick. We needed to replenish our ammo anyways, we were getting really low. Alright, let's see. Homestead. That'll be the closest thing. We already cleared out everything else around the homestead because it was what led to the Ward Prime anyways. We just couldn't unlock the one basement door, which should be for this central house right here. There should be some boys here though. All right. Bring out my boy while I'm at it. Unless these guys just don't respawn for whatever reason. He's woofing, but I don't see any enemies. Alright, let's use this key. Vanguard ring and a book. A computer. More reading. Okay, let's look at the ring first. Settle down, puppy dog. Melee charge attacks reduce incoming and outgoing damage by 4% and increase enemy aggression towards the wearer for 15 seconds. So, wait, okay, so this reduces the damage you take, but also the damage you do, up to 20%? Yeah, I get that it's like a tank ring, but I guess it's like it makes you tankier at the cost of your own damage. I guess that makes sense. Alright, we have actual pay. Oh my god, there's so many. Okay. April 10th, 1964. I didn't tell Commander Neville or anyone really, but there is an additional reason I wanted to establish a laboratory out here. The work environment in Ward Prime is chaotic. The military has gone through a recent hiring spree, and the mistakes made in the first 3 wards have got people on edge. The result is 100 chatty employees who nevertheless are mildly suspicious of everyone around them. It's exhausting. And don't get me started on the open plan workspace. The Ward 1 contagion absolutely makes isolation the best choice, but I won't lie, this is the only place I can get anything done. NG. I've performed several autopsies now on Ward Prime deaths, and they give me concern. In the Dreamers, I have found some kind of fibrous membrane commingled with their brain tissue. That alone would not be very disconcerting. The drugs used to connect the dreamers to the World Stone are largely experimental and bound to produce odd biological effects. But I've found the same tissue in infected members of Ward 1 who have since passed away. Whatever happened affected their minds in the same way as the dreamers, as if the connection to the World Stone were reaching outside of the dreamers' brains, and the contagion is still in them. 1968. Most of Ward Prime has been locked down. The so-called root creatures have overrun everything, it seems. The brass says they have it contained, but I don't see how they could. I don't see any good way out of this short of bombing the wards. Yeah. It's been 10 days since military measures were enacted on Ward Prime. No other aid has come. I escaped into the surrounding countryside with several others. But our radio died, and though we've seen no sign of the root yet, there are worrying signs that something is still working in the ward. Some of the others want to stop lighting fires. I'm beginning to think they're right. Everyone's dead. If they find me, I'm next. They attacked without warning, huge rat men, wielding bows and spears. We took out a few, but their numbers were overwhelming, and I swear I saw some of them wielding our own guns against us. I don't think they followed me, but I don't know. Sorry. All this reading always makes me want to yawn. I think my farmhouse lab wasn't far from here. I'm going to try to go there next. If this is the last entry, well, you'll know what happened to me. I made it. Not only that, but I found Dr. Weisskopf alive and living out of my lab. He seems a bit unbalanced, but it's probably just the isolation. At least he's found a way to eat. I also found one of those dead rat things on my way in. Figured I could do something useful with my time. Oh, okay. Found my old computer logs. I guess Sebastian's been using them too. He's more unbalanced than I thought. Weisskopf's been gone most days. He won't tell me where. I thought he was hunting, but several days now he's come back with nothing but a manic look in his eyes, and I'm getting worried. Alright, now the computer. Reports. Back in 1964, I've been given access to the Dreamer from Ward 2 for autopsy. Given what occurred in Ward 1, Commander Neville has agreed that I should perform my work in isolation, monitored and recorded so that if anything should happen to me, it will not impact the work at Ward Prime. After recording my findings, the body will be cremated, and we will discuss the possibility of access to the survivors of Ward 1. I did not mean to exit the whole way out. Lots of corrupted ones. Ratman findings. Dr. Enji Sato, blah, 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 1968. I've completed my examination of the Ratman, one of many who have come through the portal since Ward Prime was destroyed. Its physiology has proven remarkably predictable, similar enough to both humans and rats that I had little trouble in dissection. The brain is well developed. In particular, the volume of the temporal lobe is closer to modern humans than anything else, suggesting that the rats are capable of language and complex emotions. Combined with the weapons I've seen these creatures use, I believe they may be sentient. Normally I would continue working, but given our situation and the sudden change my examinations have made to my colleagues' schedule, I will cremate the corpse this evening. Are you happy, Sebastian? There's so much to read. And it makes me yawn. Okay. It's not because it's boring or anything. I'm tired. And I don't know, all of the like expressive talking just makes my brain go, "Hey man, you need to yawn some more. You're not awake." All right. June 30th, 1968. This is Dr. Sebastian Weisskopf of Ward Prime. I'm entering a log here in case I don't make it. Since the initial incursion just over a week and a half ago, root activity had increased in Ward Prime to the point where entire sections were locked down and placed under military control. They said they had it contained. God damn it. They said we'd be able to continue our work within a couple of weeks. Then a few days ago, they blew the whole thing to hell. I was still in there trying to recover literal years of work when I heard a helicopter outside the ward. I don't know what kind of bomb they used, but half of the damn ward is gone. Not incinerated or turned to rubble. Gone. I'm lucky, I guess. I was just outside the blast radius. It felt like some kind of wind was sucking me toward the epicenter, then it stopped, and I was standing on the edge of empty space under open sky. The helicopter I'd heard hovered for several minutes but never came in. I waved and shouted, but they flew off shortly after. Maybe they think it worked. I mean, the World Stone's gone, and I haven't seen any new routes since. They're still around, but this seems to have closed their doorway in. With the World Stone gone, there's just some kind of hole where it was. I haven't gone in close. I can't. The whole damn ward is now infested with giant rats. You read that right. Giant, savage, goddamn weapon-wielding rats. I don't know what the brass are thinking, but I'm on my own out here. I found this old bunker at least. I guess Sato used to use it for his work. Might be safe here a while if they don't find me and I figure out how to eat. Day 11 of survival. I discovered the broom closet including rags of disinfectant. Every line of the bunker is clean now. I also remembered how to trap and skin a rabbit. Looks like I'm gonna make it. God. Day 17. Computer, you are my best friend now. Alright. Day 21. Sato's alive. Holy hell, I'm not alone. I found Dr. Sato, beard scraggly as hell, I guess mine's no better, dragging a whole damn rat corpse through the woods. Says he wants to study it. Whatever, I'm just glad someone else is alive. Day 22. Good God, that corpse stinks and I'm stuck here with it. I gotta get out of here. The rats are the key. Holy hell, Engie was right. The rats are sentient. I've been to Ward Prime almost daily to observe their behavior. Not only are they sentient, but they seem to speak a complex language. I don't understand how that can be, but I know what I have to do. The rats are dangerous, but they fight the root as well. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? And we need all the help we can get. I just need to study them a little longer, figure out my approach. This will work. Weisskopf, read this now. That's where you've been going every day, Ward Prime, and this is how I find out. This will not work. Do not engage the rats. They are ruthless, savage, and extremely intelligent. Even if you are partially right, there's a high risk they will kill you. God, I hope you read this before you do something stupid. Alright. I guess we can perhaps guess how that went. Alright, well, I suppose it was mainly some lore in a ring, but I'm glad we came here and got that anyway. Let's head back to the ward here. Ward Prime. The rats would just shot him on sight regardless. I mean, they certainly did with me. Because there were a few of those boys here at the... I think it was at the homestead house is where they were, like, holed up. Maybe it was a different house. I forget. Alright, let's find our way back. They are strong hunts the weak types. Yeah. Yeah. Be curious to learn more about them. I guess we'll see if what all the DLC has to say. Alright, so we fully explored everything we could here, except now we have a key, so we should be able to open some doors. I don't think this is one we can unlock with a key. That has to be open from the other side. Or something. Because there was no, like, option to unlock it. So that one we gotta figure out. Although, I don't really see, like... Maybe there's another way in there? Either that or there's some way we have to, like... find this so... Maybe it can open in the other dimension somehow, or there's, like, a button that opens it somewhere. Maybe once we restore power to this place. Yes, locked by some contraption, exactly. We'll see what happens when we find a fuse to restore the power, because we can probably open it once power is on. All right, we have the Ward Prime maintenance key. I think we could probably open multiple doorways with this, maybe? I guess we'll just find out. May just be specifically a maintenance door. Looks like that might be the case. Also can't go this way. The door might have just been down on the lower floor, but I'm just gonna like quickly check everything up here to make sure I'm not missing anything. Get our scrap while we're at it. Yeah, that's how it's looking here. Just realized there was like a bunch of shit that I didn't break on my way through here. Alright, trying to remember. There's a computer there too, I guess. That was just a crate. What about this way then? Or does this lead? Wait. It might be. I think I'm backtracking. I believe so. Yes. Okay. I gotta remember to like. I have a mini map I can look at. I keep kind of like just forgetting that it exists. Alright, that was the research bay. We couldn't go through there. Hey, Sneak. How's it going? Good morning to you as well. Hope you're doing well. Actually, there might have been another door on the upper floor, maybe? So we couldn't open that one. I don't think I've missed any other doors here. I could be wrong. It's neither of those. Let's do one more quick check over here, but the map doesn't really seem to indicate like any other doorways over here. So well, just working and lurking. I feel that. I've done plenty of that myself, a lot. Well, up until recently, I guess. I still work on stuff, just I don't have to quite as much as I was. Alright, yeah, let's go back up one floor. Probably missed a doorway there somewhere. Oh, hang on 1 second, actually. I gotta check something really quick. One moment. My apologies. Oh, okay. She answered that already. Cool. Alright, sick. Let's go double check up here really quick and see if there was a maintenance door. There probably was. Remember the room with the fuse box? This area is with the power. I don't think there's a doorway off the side in there. Let's check this way. The observatory, I don't think had anything. We can open this part of the reactor bay? No, that looks like it has like a reader or something over on the side. Here, maintenance access. Okay. Hoo-ha. Always gotta hoo-ha the door open. So my guess is we're gonna have to use the dimensional portal thingy. Can we open this from this side? No? Interesting. Again, probably needs to be powered. We're probably gonna have to go through the dimensional portal back there and then come this way. Hey, hoo-ha, all my doors open. Yeah, how's it going, and Shadow X? There's the thingy we gotta shoot. Reactor control. Computer is on here. Let's take a look really quick. Alright, I don't want to initiate it yet. I'm sure that's something we have to do for power, but we also don't have a fuse yet for that fuse room, so let's not initiate the reactor just yet until we have some ideas. I guess we can actually go from there. We don't have to go back to the other one. Oh, there's another one. Just get our lay of the land of this place. Gotta use the woogity ball to pop the woogity ball. Yeah, pretty much. There's two here. Okay. And this one dead ends, so we have to be a little careful. Alright. Was there any other doorway out? Oh wait, are we locked in here? Apparently we have to do this now, despite not starting it yet. Unless, wait, did I come from down here actually? There's three of these things now, I guess. The balls. Alright, well I guess we gotta do this now. Yeah, it's a little weird that it locked me in before I actually started anything, but I guess that means we're doing this now. We probably couldn't have even initialized the reactor until we did this. Whatever, I guess. I don't mind having the dogs as a distraction, but it seems like those things kind of just ignore him, so I'm going to keep the coach gun out. So I think it's a little bit better destroying the ball sacks a little bit more quickly. Alright, there's one right behind us. So we'll start there. Oh, we have to do this repeatedly still. It's cool that my Mender's aura like persists. Alright, alright. Round two. Oh, he angry. Let's run down first. That's two. One more to go, I think. Up top. I don't mind if this guy is near me when we start. In fact, I almost kind of prefer that just so he's not in my way when I get there. Probably could have left him alone, honestly, because I think there might be another one up here. I love it when they hit each other, or themselves even. What? Okay, I don't know what happened to my roll. The first one I was like, okay, that... I got hit by the splash, it is what it is. I thought that might happen. I don't know why he just didn't roll the second one. Actually press the button twice. Alright, well, it's probably going to make me redo the whole thing since I was, like, locked out of that. Or locked inside, rather. Just need to be a little bit more efficient about how we do that. I think we'll actually do the top one first, because that seems like the most potentially annoying one to do. Not a big deal. I should, here, hang on. I always forget to include this in my title. There we go. Just so I'm not constantly, like, not that it matters a lot, but... Oh, you're right. I went down again. It's upstairs. Just get back to the maintenance room, which was over this way. Do I have a trade point? No, I don't. I haven't gotten one in a little bit. Or at least not since we started. To be fair, I haven't really killed much yet on today's stream since, it's over here. Since, you know, these big guys can't die and it's just the little ones
Here they come.
that we've fought so far. Alright, let's take a look at this really quick. It looks like... yes, we do have to redo these, and that's fine. Just gonna start here because it's literally right next to me. Forgetting myself here. I gotta remember that those guys hit really hard when they shoot. Guess we've been spotted anyway, but not by the one that I thought was gonna spot us. Just have the one below. Oh, he's still up here. I thought he'd kind of get reset back to where he was. It's not the most advantageous positioning for us, but I'm just going to go ahead and go in. I don't want to wait around forever. Although I think we're going to aggro 2 here. No, okay. Let's just heal quickly. That was a little spicy, a little extra close there. This is the wrong way. Yeah, keep shooting the floor, please. It's not the floor. I'm not the floor. No! Oh, you asshole. Uh, they always have such delayed attacks. Also, welcome back on. How's it going? I had to dodge the incoming blast, and then I thought, you know, I was actually safe to just roll to the right again or something. But, they really like to delay those attacks to roll catch you if you're just not, you know, rolling when roughly precisely it's going to hit you. I always seem to manage to die right before I finish the last one of these fucking things. Everything just hits really hard. Well, yeah, I don't mind that aspect of the delayed attack thing. The problem is that when you, like, have to roll one thing in order to avoid an incoming, like, ranged attack or something, then you end up in that sort of position right there where you dodge one thing but then get hit by another. Are you kidding me? How'd you even sneak that one in there? So it's 8 shots per, I mean, with this gun at least it is. I could probably use hot shots to maybe make it go a little bit faster, potentially. That's better. Is that all of them? I guess. I don't think that's a thing we have to shoot. Hope not. Didn't seem like it before when I was in the world. So I remember looking up at it. Got a bunch of food and bunny stuff and other things. Nice, nice. I didn't see the objective thing. I wasn't looking at it. Explore the ward. Yeah, none of that seemed hard. I just kept, like, I kept getting killed with, like, stupid shit right at the end. Oh, there's also this one over here. I guess we may as well just initialize the reactor, but, well, I don't know. Here, let me blow up this other one really quick. Should have just enough ammo to break it, I think. Actually, no. Let me just use an ammo box. That's fine. Missed.
Come on.
Didn't realize there was stuff over here. Oh, I thought there was like a floating
Dr.
toolbox.
Eric Harsgaard, December 13th, 1962. The early wards have experienced a number of setbacks. The Dreamer in Ward 2 was the center of a mass murder-suicide earlier this year, and Ward 3 is now nothing more than a burnt-out husk. These incidents seem to have stemmed from miscalculations with the Dreamers. Their minds could not handle The the reality of what they experienced. Or so I suspect. There have been murmurings to shut down the wards, but Clawbone's writings
This always sounds
warned
like you're trying to
such
do an
things
Agent
might
Smith.
happen.
Yeah, kind of. I could see
There
that.
is no other way. If we are to save our world, to bind our minds with Clawbone himself, then these are the sacrifices that must be made. Everyone knows what is at stake here. To use a vernacular phrase, we will reach utopia or bust.
Hey, Nightmare, how's it going? I also realized recently that, like, you can fucking teabag like crazy in this game. You can crouch and stand up from crouch mode very easily, very quickly. Alright, let me just see what else we can explore before. I kind of want to hold off on initializing the reactor until it's, like, the only thing we can do. Just in case it's going to activate some shit. Okay, let's see here. Sure, there's going to be more reading to do. So we came from here. We looked at that already. More stair. Wait. This is all closed off. Maybe it won't stay that way if we break some roots somewhere, but for now. Oh, I see. So that'll be open for us now. Fuck these furnitures. Yeah, exactly. Fuck your chair. Give me your galvanized iron from your wooden chair. Sick. Alright, is that everything? Nothing to read in here? I really assumed there'd be another journal to read. Okay, okay. Alright, I was like, what did I get? I don't remember. Got a trade points. I guess we were doing Mind's Eye, so stick with that for the moment. This is unlocked. So that loops back around, and we opened up that little cage door. I think that's it. I don't think there was anything else in here to do. Give me your screws and bits. They're my money now. See, I like that concept. The idea that, like, various types of, like, metal might be so precious in a particular world that it becomes, like, currency. Which, you know, is not entirely dissimilar from like, our own past in terms of, like, precious metals. Even present to a degree, but... but, like, it always made me, like... think that it could be cool in an apocalyptic setting. Like they use bottle caps in Fallout, which is just kind of like, okay, it's like any other currency. It's more of a representation of wealth rather than or money rather than you know, anything that has inherent value, you know, which makes you wonder. It's just like, is there a Fort Knox in Fallout where, like, all the bottle caps are actually representing, like, a big stack of gold or some shit? Could be. Speaking of the crouch, I do find it annoying how sometimes you can get stuck while crouching. Like, when moving towards an object while crouching, you can't stand unless you move away from it a bit. Yeah, I did actually beat the base game already. This is the DLC, so just so you know. In case you're wanting to avoid any spoilery things. I think I just fell and broke that. Like, I fell on it. There's actually something about that in Fallout 76. Do they actually like explain it fully? Like, you can tell me if they do. Like, I don't care about that being like a potential spoiler or anything. Like, there's a an older Orson Scott Card book called Treason. That's one of my favorites of his, actually. Where all of the people on this planet, the name of the planet is Treason, they're longtime descendants, like many generations of people who were exiled to this planet. So kind of a planetary Australia situation. But basically, like, they were like a bunch of scientists who went against like their government or whatever, like very like top minds and stuff like that, but they were sent to this planet and effectively set back to the Stone Age because when they were put there, this particular planet has all of the things that you need, relatively speaking, to sustain life, but there's no hard, like, iron like minerals capable of crafting the things they would need to be able to like build spaceships or like advanced technology, so they can't like get themselves off the planet. However, the super advanced civilization that exiled them in the first place still exists, and they leave like these little teleport pod thingies on various parts of the planet so that they're not big enough for a person, but they're big enough to like put things in so that you can send stuff back, because the Earth government or whatever didn't want to completely like remove the advantages that these particular scientific minds could bring. So they rely on them to potentially, in their exile still develop scientific breakthroughs or whatever as a means of trying to work off their exile, sort of their planetary imprisonment over these generations. So each of like the major families, or nations as they've become, because it's been so many generations, they're all secretly they're separated, and they're kind of like somewhat at war with each other a little bit, or at least some of them are. But it's like a medieval or pseudo medieval war, because they can't really truly enter the Iron Age, or even like the Bronze Age. They're kind of stuck with, they can kind of make some metal weaponry, but again, it's soft. So they have gold and stuff like that, but they can't, it's not particularly useful in battle or most scientific applications, because they would rely on things like iron. And anytime they like try to send something, if they develop some new breakthrough and they send it back to Earth or wherever, they get paid in iron, basically, like small amounts of it, with the end goal being to stockpile enough of it to try to build a spaceship to get off the planet. And the story follows like this one guy who specifically, he's kind of like royalty. He's like a prince, effectively, of one of the kingdoms, one of the descendants of the main families, called Mueller, or that's the name of the family. His name is Lanik. And the entire thing is him kind of like, it goes through like this big exploratory adventure of like all of the different nations and the things that they've adapted over all these generations, from like the smartest like minds and bloodlines, if you will, and all the like really cool shit that they develop like with limited technology, including stuff that becomes even like transhumanism kind of things, like just advancing to a point where are they even recognizably human. The Muellers, for example, actually have adapted the ability to regenerate over time. So Lanik, he actually gets exiled from his kingdom because he's what's known as a radical regenerative. In other words, he can't control his regeneration, or it's not normal. And what happens to radical regeneratives is that they can't control it, and that their body starts growing like extra parts at like an unchecked rate. Like they'll grow extra limbs and eventually become like their bodies will become unwieldy. Like they're useful for like harvesting limbs and organs to send to the other planets, you know, but that's obviously not like a big breakthrough. It's useful to be able to send these things as like free or not free, but as like Tetsuo and Akira kind of, I guess, yeah, but not quite at that rate. Not like their bodies are just expanding like crazy, but it's a bit of a slower process, but it's pretty messed up for the people who get stuck in that condition. But rather than watch you know, his son kind of like slowly face this particular fate, the king of the Mueller kingdom basically exiles him instead, in some hopes of him like figuring some shit out. And he does, but like in by, you know, going on this big journey and kind of infiltrating, as well as like becoming an ambassador to like some other nations, but some of them, like I said, they're at war with, so there's a lot of stuff going on. It's a really interesting book, and if you're familiar at all with Orson Scott Card, you might not be particularly fond of like his political and religious beliefs, because I'm not, but some of his older stories are still like really worth a read. They're really good sci-fi. It's not quite an HP Lovecraft situation of like the guy was, you know, being like completely shitty, but like definitely some, yeah, some pretty homophobic opinions at the very least. To be fair, not that it's an okay opinion to hold specifically, but like I get why he holds those opinions. He is very Mormon, and they're pretty, in any sort of, you know, Orthodox church setting, obviously it's the same shit, different story of, you know, church folk just not being okay with gay folk, you know, with queer folk in general. Not saying it's a good thing. My whole point is just if you can separate the art from the artist, that particular book is one that I recommend to anyone who's enjoys like sci-fi adventure type stuff, because it's an exceptionally good book. Ring of, oh, I read this as Ring of Horror for, wait, was there like a, no, it was Ring of Honor, okay. I don't know why, like I picked that up off that guy and thought it said Ring of Horror at first. Increases health by 10, stamina by 10, and reduces armor encumbrance by 10. So it's the Ring of Favor, basically. It's the favor and protection. It's the FAP ring from Dark Souls, except without the it breaks when you take it off thing. Have you read any of the other Ender's Games books? I've only read the first one. I would like to read the rest of, or more of the series at some point. But I never really got around to it. I've read a number of Orson Scott Card books and short stories, but the Ender's Saga, it's a big undertaking, and I, you know, from what I've understood from some people who have read it, they're not all the best. Like Ender's Game, I think, is a really, really solid book. Speaker for the Dead and Xenophobia get really weird. Yeah. I think, I know my mom has read a bunch of them. I think she said, I can't remember which one it was. It might have been Speaker for the Dead or whatever. She had said like the next like couple, despite the fact that they do get like a lot more weird and alien and everything, that they were still really good. But then there's a few in there that, you know, you got to be like really into the story to like continue it, I guess, because it gets a bit out there. The Worthing Saga is another really good sci-fi story in general, and the short stories that they're based on, that the Worthing Saga is based on, like because like that was like the Tales of Capital stuff and everything that he wrote that he later adapted into the Worthing Saga. Um, that's a really good one too. A lot of his short stories are really good in general, actually, but the Worthing Saga just it's not. I said the Ender's Saga as in like it's a series of books. The Worthing Saga itself is one book, um, but it's adapted from some short stories that he wrote when he was younger, and as separate reads because I've read, you know, the various short stories that he used to kind of make that up in the first place, as well as the Worthing Saga. Like they're all actually really good. Okay, sorry. What else? Did we get anything? We didn't get anything else yet. So, oh, I haven't initialized the reactor yet. That's right. So we still need to do that, and then I guess maybe we can turn on the power, except I don't think I have a fuse, so I am wondering if I'm going to have to go back to Ward 13 and steal the fuse from there, maybe? Let's go turn on the reactor first and see what happens. As soon as I find my way back. You want to put rings on your toes? I mean, yeah, you know. You should, honestly, these games, they should give you 20 ring slots, or 21 if you're a guy, right? Wink, wink. But, completely random and unrelated to anything, rings as equipment always perplex me in games. Players are always limited to 2 or 4. My characters typically have 5 digits on each hand and foot, so they can totally equip. Yeah. No, I mean, I definitely feel like you could, if it has to be worn around a digit and not just be like, can I turn this thing into an earring? I'm sure we can go to 23. Yeah. I'll be shit out of luck with magic rings. My fingies are way too big. Well, if we're talking D&D rules, at least, like usually magic items resize to kind of fit you, which is, it's mainly a player consideration, so that like, you as like if you're playing like some like halfling rogue, or, halfling warrior or fighter rather, and your party manages to kill some ogre with a sick ass fucking, long sword or great sword that he was using that would be really good for your halfling fighter, but then it's like it's a size too big to wield, or possibly 2 sizes too big depending on the edition of the game that you're playing. Then as long as you wield it, or in 5th edition terms attune to it, it like resizes to your general shape, so you can still use it and it doesn't become an oversized thing. Like the Ring of Power, one size fits all, only costs you some sanity for now. Yep. Fucking Sauron was wearing it on the wrong digit. Should have made it the cock ring of power, and probably would have been fucking way easier and much more difficult for anyone to cut it off. I mean, I had to, right? Like, come on. There's no way Tolkien was gonna write that, but I bet he thought it at one point. I'll bet he thought it. It's like, this thing is, it's pretty big, but a hobbit could probably slide right into this, and, then it wouldn't be able to be taken so easily. Of course, there's the invisibility to count on top of all that. Alright, so the reactor's on. I don't think there's anything else I can do from here, unless I missed, like, a key card. Let's go... Oh, wait, actually, let me see if there's any other controls now that this is on. Nope. Okay. Let's go see if other computers have turned on or anything, and otherwise if we need to turn on the power specifically. One swing to rule them all. That's good. Still can't open this from this side. Invisible cock. I mean, To be fair, it's supposed to make the entirety of you invisible, so I don't know how useful that would be, you know, during other activities, but at least if you're trying to evade, you know, an army of orcs or some shit, you know, it would still work just fine. Okay, yeah, we still need power to be rerouted by the looks of it. I don't have a fuse, so we either need to find one here somewhere, or we need to steal the one from the other ward, which would be a cool solution if that's the way they want you to do that. But it also looked like the fuses might be like a different color, so I'm a little curious if that's something you can actually do. Let me look here again just to make sure we don't actually need a fuse and aren't intended to just turn the thing on. Yeah, we do need a fuse, and they are red instead of blue. But I guess I'll look around and see if we missed a fuse somewhere, and if not, then I guess we'll go back to Ward 13 and see if we can steal the one from there. Back again, so I have to go. Take care. Alright, Anna, have fun. Enjoy your ice cream and whatnot. Making sure I'm not missing anything else in here. Look like it. Looks like meat's back on the menu, boys. This took on a whole different meaning. I thought orcs could smell man meat. They can certainly smell man meat, hobbit meat, you know, whatever meat floats your boat. Doesn't mean they can see you if you're invisible, but let me actually restore my ammo and stuff. How's the coach gun where you're at? Is it still strong? Absolutely, actually. It's a fucking... Both the repeater pistol and the coach gun are exceptionally good games for the... or good guns for the entire game. I have not really had tons of like... I think these other guns are good. I don't like the really limited ammo capacity it gives you for both of these, but I do think that obviously, like, if they're upgraded quite a bit, like the amount of damage you do per shot, like, probably offsets the very minimal ammo you're getting. The only thing is that because they don't do physical damage, they do radiation and corrosive, respectively between these two. Like, they are not usable, like, on all planets, I think is maybe, like, the one thing they kind of come down to that's... I'm not really the keenest about, because if you take the Defiler to like Rom or whatever it's called, the desert planet, a lot of the stuff there uses radiation and is probably more resistant to radiation damage, I think. So this gun just probably isn't going to be as good on that planet. Everywhere else, I'm sure it's fine. But, you know, when other guns just do physical damage and stuff, they just end up being decent. The submachine gun also seems like it would be good, but more if you're just gonna unload the entire clip into something, or magazine rather. Also, I need to upgrade it. But as far as like long guns are concerned, I'm mostly partial to the coach gun and the sniper rifle so far. I have picked up a number of other ones and I do like them, but the sniper rifle is just really good. And I like having my dog assigned to it. Submachine gun is honestly mostly good for close range unless you have Hunter's Halo. Yeah, I mean, the effective range of it isn't very high, and its accuracy isn't very high, so like you need to be like almost point blank unless you have a really big target to shoot, to like exploit just high crit and weak spot burst damage with the submachine gun. But in that usage, I'm sure it's actually pretty good. Alright, I'm kind of just wandering aimlessly. I think I need... Let's go back, down. Just make sure we do like a one thorough look over of stuff here and just make sure that there's not a fuse somewhere that we missed. I could head back in the other direction too and see if anything in the medical bay, the lower floor, got unlocked by turning on the reactor. There's no fuse in here. This just leads back to where we were. No journals or anything either. I mean, the game does do a good job of highlighting the item pickups pretty well, so I don't feel like I would have missed anything, really, but I'm double checking. The fire rate is really good though, combined with the hot shot mod, it kind of shreds. Yeah, I feel like hot shot is really good in general, and in fact I really like it with the coach gun, but yeah, I have had that thought to try it out with the submachine gun maybe at some point, because it does seem like it would be really strong. Since that just builds up lots of extra burn damage, like with every hit, basically. I'm not seeing anything up here, unless... Nope. Doesn't look like there's anything else here.
Bakusa.
Ahmed saying thanks for the follow. Alright, let me check the medical bay floor, and if I don't see anything there, we'll go try grabbing the fuse from Ward 13 just to see if we can actually use that here. But the only reason I'm putting that off, that little experiment off, is I don't want to, like, try that just to find out that it doesn't actually do anything, and then we've just taken the fuse and then we gotta take it back. Not that we necessarily need that right away, but... There's nothing there. This was just loot. Nothing. Nothing tucked away. This is a dead end. We shot the lock off the thing down there. Nothing else in here. This one should go back. Yeah, this just leads us back into this room. I'm pretty sure I got everything out of here. It was just the ring and the adrenaline off that corpse. Surprised there wasn't like a key item in here. So far I've been using the submachine gun, or the assault rifle and submachine gun, one for medium long, one for short. Seems fair enough. My loadout is typically the Spitfire and hunting rifle. Like, yeah, I still don't have the Spitfire. I've seen the hunting rifle, of course, you know, as the hunter's starting weapon, but I've never tried it out. And I've been pretty happy with, like, the combination that I've been using of, like, 3 weapons. Oh, this computer's on now. Oh boy. Okay. Hey Ari, how's it going? Seem to have been kidnapped by a certain German Australian citizen, and now I'm here. Yes. Welcome in. Has anyone seen the ketamine? I swear to God, we had 100 cc's a few days ago. Ketamine, Owens, and you. Never mind, find the ketamine. Owens had it. By the way, Owens is fired, and all future access to the medical storage locker has to go through Chief Simpkin. Thanks, hippies. This is why we can't have nice things. Dreamer movement in Ward 2. Gaston's been shifting in his chair, even under sedation. Schleiermacher is concerned the dreamer's brain is rejecting the Worldstone connection. Should we increase his dosage? Please advise. Do not increase sedation. Harsgard does not want to lose any dream lucidity. He suggests, however, that we strengthen Gaston's restraints. Dr. Lim, please see that this is done. From Dr. Simpkin. 1963. I just read the reports regarding Ward 1. Did these meds ever get to Ward 1? In hindsight, it seems like we could have prevented an awful tragedy. I'm not sure. They say what happened in Ward 1 wasn't depression, but some kind of contagion. They sealed the whole thing up, bodies and all. Bodies and all? And then what were they carting out the other night? They looked like bodies to me, though it was difficult to tell with the lights out. At least these weren't long. What about the reports? Wait, oops, shit. These controls. September 30th, 1962. Be advised that after the incident in Ward 2, Harsgard has changed his mind, increased sedation dose in all remaining dreamers, effective immediately, and double these restraints. Antidepressant request. Dr. Schleiermacher has asked about the availability of antidepressants for him and his team. Does anyone know if that's something we can provide? Antidepressant request. Antidepressants are in the storage locker. Only the chief has access. You'll need permission from Harsgard, or at least Weisskopf if you want them. Not on Ward 1. As part of quarantine operations in Ward 1, several pieces of expensive equipment were taken for disinfection, examination, and reuse in the other wards. Nothing else was removed from the ward before it was sealed. Human Resources planned to hang a memorial plaque on the site in honor of our now buried colleagues. Please remember that public speculation on this or any other Ward Prime incident is unprofessional and potentially dangerous. We understand that discussion of the tragedy is unavoidable, but it is inappropriate to voice untenable conjecture on this or any other public terminal. Thank you for your understanding in this delicate matter. Dr. Harsgard. Alright, I guess let's go check some of the other computers on this level. It seemed like the computers on the first level were inactive, but maybe there's something else we can do from here. If it's all just more logs and reports, I mean, I'll read them, but it doesn't get us any further in solving the puzzle of this place. At least not immediately. I believe we read that. I don't think we listened to this.
Dr. Yurik Harsgard, June 7th, 1961. I have made a tremendous breakthrough. The crystal
I'm gonna mute for just a
may
second,
not
guys.
be a power source at all. The author of the runes, the one who calls themselves Clawbone, calls it a world stone and suggests it may be used as a kind of viewing or even transportation device. I had
Alright, sorry. I just realized I
originally
didn't have my
thought
fan
the
on. I
runes
was getting really hot.
described
Also, hey,
Clawbone's
Lizette, how's it going?
countries, some prehistoric civilization on a distant continent, perhaps.
Hope y'all are doing
But
well.
I have since come to understand that the author is not from our world at all. He or she may not even be human. The passage I've deciphered speaks of many different worlds, of pain and suffering and death, and most importantly, how Clawbone's people have evolved beyond it all and strive to share what they've learned. I believe.
The more I hear it, the more I really think Gary was channeling Agent Smith.
These other worlds.
Yeah.
Virtually, at least, if not physically. The runes speak of connecting minds to minds. To see into other worlds, perhaps even speak to them. They may even hold the key to finding the world of Clawbone himself. It's a lot to take in. Some, like Captain Ford, are hesitant to believe it. But they have not read the runes. And for whatever reason, they cannot. But Clawbone is not some savage historian. He speaks of science with astounding accuracy, and what may seem like magic is likely just science we have yet to discover. I have given
Or
instructions.
maybe William Shatner.
How to connect the minds of human volunteers.
I feel like Agent Smith was closer.
We are to begin experiments immediately. Now, if Clawbone is indeed ignorant, we will know soon enough. But if I am right, then we may rewrite our understanding of the entire universe.
It's a lot to take in, Mr. Anderson. Read the runes. All right. Let's see. We looked at all these, right? Right? Went through there, did that. Okay. So, were there any other computers and or doors or anything on this level to mess with? Gotta break all the chairs, of course. Just used that one. And these levels get kind of mazy. Alright, we haven't read this one yet. Okay, there we go. Unlock medicine storage. Let's do that. Log. Oops. Oh man, god damn it. I keep doing the exact same series of buttons. Watcher sedation, June 12th, 1961. Arsgard and Schleiermacher say Katrin's conscious thought is getting in the way of connecting to the World Stone. They've asked me to look into the sedation possibilities, though I'm not sure how that will work if they want to record conscious observations. Maybe dream imagery? I'll have Dr. Lim look into it. His thesis was on drugs that enhance dream lucidity. That might be the key. 4th of July. Forced to work on the 4th of July. Harsgard's got a bug up his ass about these dreamers. Alright, Schleiermacher and most of the rest of them too. I should have known secret military project meant secretly bulldozing workers' rights. At least I get overtime. Medical storage. Apparently one of the attendants has been using their off hours for recreational ketamine use. Now all access to medical storage has to go through me. Fantastic. This is how bureaucracies happen, people. Gaston's restraints. September 8th, 1962. The Ward 2 Dreamer has shown signs of mild wakefulness. Mild limb movement is normal as far as we understand what normal means for this kind of experimental sedation. But some of the team want his sedation increased. Arsgard, on the other hand, refused. Instead, he ordered Gaston's restraints to be tightened with no dosage change at all. I'm not sure I understand what the restraints are even for. Is Arsgard worried Gaston might walk away in his sleep? Antidepressants for Weisskopf. Dr. Lim has requested antidepressants for Katrin's team. I talked to Sebastian, who I understand has interviewed several of them and knows their psychological state better than anyone, and received his approval. Not 10 minutes later, Arsgard came into my office and asked me not to approve any medication. He said he feared the medication might negatively impact Ward 1's ability to focus, even after I assured him it would do no such thing, at least not in the dosages I plan to prescribe. I didn't even know Dr. Harsgard was aware of the request. He's a smart man. I can't imagine why he would be against this. Dr. Harsgaard's orders. February 8th, 1963. In light of Brunner's death and Schleiermacher's quarantine, I feel I need to put this on record, especially now that I reread my previous log entry. I asked Harsgaard if I could examine the bodies from from the Ward 1 incident. To my surprise, he refused, ordering me to seal the entire ward to avoid any possible contagion. A wise enough order, and I obeyed, but this morning several bodies were delivered to us with strict orders to keep the bags locked up and on ice. We were told they were soldiers and that any other information was classified. I looked up their names and ranks. They don't exist. So where did all these bodies come from? I don't have enough evidence to file an official report, and given Harsgaard's influence at the top, I'm afraid to do so, but I'm worried about how much he may know, or may even be engineering, what has happened in the first 3 wards. Maybe I'm just writing this for my own conscience. I don't know. Assuming that's okay. That's all normal. Fuck your chair. Check the lobby computer. I don't know. I will check stuff again though, for sure. So that should be open now. So it was unlocked with a button like I thought. Let's see what we got here. Bandage, bloodwort. Adrenaline, Ward Prime keycard. Okay, well that's a key. I feel like this is the only door we can use it on current, though. This place is such a maze. Alright, so we'll use this here. In Bay, does this loop back around? Oh, okay, that goes back to the checkpoint, which we don't really need to do anything with right now. So we have a little portal there into the other dimension. Getting myself turned around here. We just went through there, so I guess we had come through that other door over here then. Through there. We can go down. Read stuff more. February 9th, 1963. Alas, I will never have that conversation with Schleiermacher at least not in the manner I hoped. The man has become unhinged, but he has definitely seen Clawbone. The notes of the late Dr. Brunner provide some insight into what happened in Ward 1, although their dreamer had not bonded to any guardian in a proper sense. Clawbone, or something similar, was trying to speak through the dreamer to the scientists of the ward. Their minds could not handle this contact, and it manifested as an advanced form of nihilism that led to the deaths of many. Why have I not been affected in this way? Perhaps because I've read the runes. I've seen Clawbone Society, a vision of what ours could be. Or perhaps I have not been affected for the same reason I alone seem to be able to decipher the runes. Cessation is equality, serenity among ashes. Those words were in Dr. Brunner's final notes. He interpreted them existentially based on the Darwinian assumption that survival is ultimate goal, and cessation therefore is evil. It drove him insane. But that is not how I read these words at all. This incident makes one thing at least very clear. When we have perfected the dreamers, when we finally speak with Clawbone, I must be the one to speak with him. Eric. Alright, just a big old conference room with lots of telephones and shit. Just looks like we can go down a couple of different ways here. Alright, so So we gotta break 3 of these here. We have like a big loop in which we could do it. There's at least 2 of these boys, if not 3. But I guess let's go ahead and get this one going, because I don't think there's anything else for us to do here. Up this way. Time to run, buddy. In a way, I don't mind that this takes you back each time you do this, but I also kind of do. Because it would be nice to just be able to do them all in one fell swoop. But I feel like even if you were to find a way to kind of set them all up, like taking damage over time, it would be really hard to destroy all 3 at once. Let's do another Mind's Eye, please. Okay. Didn't get any other key items in here, but we got 2 other doors and now a computer to look at. Log. June 24th, 1960. Oh my god, there's so much reading in this fucking DLC. This is one thing I really hope that the sequel does not rely upon so much. I don't mind reading, genuinely. I just feel like it really slows things down and it kind of pads out stuff a lot in a way that, like, I'm not the fondest of for streaming, because I feel like people have a tendency to kind of mentally check out after a while when all you're doing is sitting there at a terminal or a book or whatever. But I'm at least, like, I skipped over some shit about the Dreamers in the base game, but I kind of want to read these at least. All right, back on, based on the lack of response, I assume this computer is used for logging purposes rather than communication. That's unfortunate. I've been down here for 3 days now with no contact, so I may as well log my own report. I was part of a fire team sent to clear hostiles from the lower levels. We encountered heavy resistance and were forced to retreat. In doing so, I got separated from my team and took shelter here. Unfortunately, now the door won't budge. I'm trapped. There's plenty of food, so survival shouldn't be a problem. I expect they'll find me after the invasion has been contained. Until then, I'll continue working at the door, listening for signs of activity and maintaining a state of readiness. Private Torres out. Guessing that didn't go so well for you. June 28th. To be honest, the date of this report is just a guess. I've slept 5 times since the last log, but I have no way of knowing how much time has actually passed. I haven't heard any activity outside the door. I've spent most of my time keeping in shape and investigating my surroundings. Looks like they mixed drugs for the Dreamers in here. I also found a fuse abandoned behind a cabinet. Okay. It appears functional and may even be the reason the door won't work, but I've been unable to find any circuit breakers that need it. I'll keep looking. That's all I have to report, I guess. I'm safe for now. I'm grateful, but I hope they find me soon. I'm getting antsy for someone to talk to. July 2nd or 3rd? I've lost track of the date. Sorry, I'm certain I'm staying awake longer than normal, probably sleeping longer too. Who knows? I heard noises outside today, howling and gunfire. I slammed on the door, shouting as loud as I could, but no one came. Then the screaming started. It got real quiet after that. Still safe, I guess, but I might be stuck here longer than I thought. Yeah, no, I kind of figured it wasn't in this room. I already looked around the room. Much later. I have no idea how much time has passed. I'm basically just typing in this thing for something to do. No one's come. It's completely quiet outside the door. Jerry thinks they forgot about us, or maybe they're all dead. The roots in here are growing faster. I can't see them growing or anything. I just swear they're getting bigger. I'm kind of scared to go near them. Still got food and Jerry, so that's something. At least I'm not alone. Bored. I think I'm starting to go nuts. We're running out of ways to pass the time. We've played scavenger hunts, Mad Libs, charades, hide and seek. It's totally unfair how good Jerry is at that one. I even taught Jerry the drum line to I Can See for Miles, but that got old after the 13th repetition. Jerry thinks we should try some of the drugs in here. I told him he's crazy. Who knows what that would do to us. Heard some new noises outside, growling, chittering, maybe even speaking. Couldn't make out any words though. There was some scratching at the door. I banged on it and yelled why why the hell not, right? Open is open even if I have to fight my way out. But whoever was out there went away. That was like 7 sleeps ago. Hell, maybe I hallucinated it. I miss other people. Scientific investigations. Poked at the roots today, thought I saw something glowing underneath, so I got a scalpel and cut into them. I didn't get very far, they wouldn't stop screaming. I shouldn't be surprised, the same thing happened with the walls the other day. In which Jerry wins. Stopped counting sleeps after like 40 or was it 60, don't much matter. Starting on the drugs today will go easy at first, maybe that Gaston's cocktail or whatever mentioned in the earlier logs. Dream lucidity sounds like a gas. Gaston's cocktail. Dr. Simpkin suggests that the Dreamer Gaston's breakdown can be at least partially attributed to the solution he was given. Before more dreamers are connected, we'll need to test several different compounds, decreasing the amount of galantamine as much as we can without losing dream lucidity. Please advise Dr. Harsgard that all dreamer experiments should be put on hold until we find the appropriate values. I would also like to note again that I found Weisskopf's reactor code, this time penciled onto the ceiling above his workstation. Someone needs to confront him about this. If there had been a security inspection, we could all have our clearances revoked. Reactor security. I talked to Weisskopf a few weeks ago, and I haven't seen any codes since. Either he took the hint and actually memorized the damn thing, doubt it, or he's hidden it in his offices somewhere. So long as it's only his career that's in danger, I guess. Ward 1 contagion. Upon further investigation into the Ward 1 problem, I believe the methamide and oxycane levels were unbalanced, leading to electrical fields far beyond the normal range. Dr. Harsgard agreed that the correct balance must be found before reconnecting Ward 4. However, he also asked me to look into what it would take to increase the field range even further. He assured me it was strictly scientific and that whatever cocktail I came up with would never be used on human subjects. But why do it then? Do we have an ethics committee I can discuss this with? Assistance required. This is Private Benjamin Torres. I am trapped alone inside the medical lab facility in the lower levels of Ward Prime. If anyone can read this, please send assistance immediately. Just making sure they didn't actually say anything in those error ones. I don't see a body in here. So I'm wondering if we'll find him elsewhere or if his body is just gone. Alright, let's go open up another one of these. Does this computer not have a clock if he's losing track of time? Apparently not. Like, I don't know. In this alternate history, they apparently forgot to add clocks to computers. Or some sort of, ability for it to keep track of time and tell you. Alright.
It's over.
What do we have in here? I guess just the crate? Oh, 2 crates? Okay, okay. Some loot. I won't say no to that. Kind of expected maybe something else, but... Alright, one more over there. Let's do it again. This area seems to give off some SCP vibes, or maybe this whole game does. Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, it's kind of like an existence of SCP thing in general. Like, obviously, Control feels that way, like, as an entire game, like, the whole organization in the house or whatever it's called, the oldest house, the building that you're in. This game feels like it could be like a particular SCP entity, like branching like its own little side story based on a particular SCP entity, like like the root just being some sort of alternate universe entity sort of thing, and then they just they based a game on that concept, you know. But yeah, the organization running all these, you know, the government experiments here. He was not dead. Alright, what do we got in here? Another tome. Listen to this a while.
Dr. Yurik Harsgaard, April 10th,
Apparently found all the
1964.
recordings.
I am leaving for Ward 13. The experiments of Ward Prime have proven informative, but we are exploring more promising avenues in the other wards. Starting with subject 2409. Dr. Itzaso says the Dreamer has successfully connected, the first of our Dreamers to do so, and his vitals are stable. Let us see what he sees. From Ward 13, I will also be able to visit the rooms more easily.
So we don't have to deal with a
I
weeping
learn
angel
more
type
every
monster.
time I investigate them. Even reading the same passages.
What's the number of that one again? Is it
Again,
like 723?
Connotations and meanings I
The
did not
statue.
notice before, as if the text were speaking directly to my mind. We will continue the Dreamer projects, tuning them, perfecting them, until one day I can connect a Dreamer to Clawbone himself. I can feel him, waiting on the edge of perception. He whispers to me, touches my dreams. I must speak with him. He has the answers we need. If we can but find that
173, that's it.
crucial connection. Immortality, equality, cessation, serenity. Soon we'll have it
I like the SCP stuff, frankly. I've never played any of the games, but I've watched people play the various, like, you know, like fan-made SCP games, right? I mean, it's all fan-made stuff. It's all user contributed, whatever you want to say, or community contributed. But the SCP Containment Breach one, and I know there's like a couple of versions of that. There's like a Unity version now, or wait, is it? I can't remember which one's which, but yeah, there's like a couple of different versions, and there's a bunch of like little side SCP games as well. You'd rather watch other people play them than myself. See, the scares wouldn't bother me at all in those games, but I'm not overly interested in playing them just because having seen them played, they also seem a little, they could become kind of frustrating sort of easily. Like, not in a way where, like, it's a huge issue or anything like that, but rather, because of how easy it can become to have, like, a particular, you know, run in there just because it's all like randomly generated, like just not go well, and then you just kind of like get stuck, so you have to restart. All that sort of stuff seems to happen like super frequently, so at least in the original like SCP Containment Breach, that was a thing a lot of the time. Let's see, so we need to turn on power, and then I guess we can read the computers up here. Okay. I'll just put in the fuse on top of the other fuse. I guess we wouldn't have even been able to take the, oh, that's Jerry. Jerry's the fuse. I was wondering, I was just like, so who did Jerry, like, is he just a figment of his imagination? He straight up fucking Wilsoned a fuse. I scratched the name Jerry into it and he became sentient. Alright. Unlock blast doors. No. These are the blast doors. I was like, they're not talking about those little fucking dinky ass doors. So that's the main objective thingy. Hold up a sec. We're not going to do that just yet. Let me look at some of the other computers first. There's like one or two more that we haven't been able to look at yet until now, I think. And then I think that should be everything here in the ward. I don't think I've missed anything. There is like a door here, but I can't open it. Not sure if that's meant to just be, can we open it with a button maybe? Enter password. Oh, right. We have a, I don't think it's going to be on the ceiling anymore, but I'm assuming this is Weiskopf's thing. Alright, let's start with this one. Dr. Enji Sato. This is Dr. Enji Sato of Ward Prime. Dr. Harsgaard has brought me on to keep tabs on Dreamer's health. However, I get the feeling he expects mortalities of some kind. Why else bring a pathologist aboard? I guess we'll see. Another security risk. Dr. Weiskopf has been scribbling security codes on the walls. Again, this time in the chemistry lab. I've been asked to confront him about it before all of our clearances get revoked. I want to report him, but I suppose this is the more respectful approach. Weiskopf's new game. I figured out Weiskopf's trick to remembering his security code. I admit it's a clever 3 letters rather than 6 numbers. But does he really think it will pass security inspection? Anyone familiar with the storage room and the alphabet could figure it out. I did, though. I suppose I was looking for him to do something like this. How hard is it to remember a simple code? Part of me wants to report it, but then I'd have to explain his ridiculous system. Let's see if anyone else catches it first. Reports. Ward 2. October 8th, 1962. A murder-suicide in Ward 2. I'm not so paranoid as to think Harsgaard expected this, but it is interesting how useful my expertise has suddenly become. Initial investigations reveal nothing out of the ordinary except in the dreamer himself. I find a kind of fibrous membrane commingled with gas in his brain tissue. I suspect it is related to the unusual drugs used to sedate the dreamer, or perhaps some strange effect of the world stone itself. In any case, I've never seen anything like it. I would not hope for any more dreamers to expire, but if they do, it will be interesting to see if they share the same morbidity. Working off-site. Dr. Harsgaard has asked me to investigate the bodies extracted from Ward 1. After reviewing the particulars of the incident, I have asked to work in quarantine in case there are still underlying risks to myself or the ward. Commander Neville has arranged an off-site lab inside an old farmhouse. To end reading this entry, I will likely be unavailable for days at a time. If you need me, please contact Commander Neville or Dr. Weiskopf. Ward response. Dr. Enji Sato, June 20th, 1968. Ward 16 has gone quiet. I have been trying to contact Dr. Harsgaard for days now regarding the strange behavior of one of the dreamers, but I can't get in touch with him. I wonder if Weiskopf has heard anything. Just clowned on the final boss with the bleed melee build, like broken levels of clowning. Nice. Alright, so let's read the... Let's read this first. File deleted. Apparently I'm not allowed to store security codes on this machine. Fine. Security risk. Ugh. Once again, I am told that my methods to remember security codes are improper and unsafe. I don't see what the risk is. Ward Prime is locked down tighter than my mother-in-law's approval of me. Even if someone could get in there, what they're going to associate... if sorry, let me start over. I looked like off and over a chat. You know, if someone could get in here, what they're going to associate some random number they find on the walls with the storage room in my office, right? It's absurd to expect us to remember a new code every 60 days. I have quite enough to remember. Thank you. This is untenable. I need to figure out some other solution. Ward 1. Taking a lot of heat for what happened in Ward 1 as if I could have prevented it. That's not my job, people. I interview subjects, record data, study trends, and sure, I try to help people if I can, but in all my career, I've never seen anything like what happened to Brunner and Schleiermacher. Both of them suffered from some extreme form of depression, obviously, but there was nothing in our sessions to suggest this. At least Schleiermacher's alive. I can't wait to see what he has to say now. Aha, I finally figured out a system to remember the storage room code. I can't write it down here, obviously, but it's a little complex. I got some help from my brother-in-law, the mathematician, so I need some notes to myself. The code only uses digits from 1 to 5, right? So if I assign a 2-digit code to each letter of the alphabet, then I only have to remember 3 letters instead of a random 6-digit number. Then I just need to remember which letters represent the current code. My brother-in-law suggested I use mnemonics to make words, but then I'm still memorizing a new code every 2 months. I have a better idea. It means I can't play my crossword game anymore, but nobody around here ever played with me anyway. October 3rd, 1965. Note to self, ensure that Schleiermacher's straitjacket is secure before leaving him alone. I'm fairly certain he is no longer a contagion risk, but he's still a danger to himself and others. Also remind the staff not to speak to him without authorization. In several instances, seemingly innocuous conversations have driven Schleiermacher or, as happened today, an attendant to near suicidal depression. Lower ward lockdown. They've locked everything down on the world stone level and below. They say the incursion has been contained, but I've been interviewing survivors. Contained isn't how they described it at all. Though to be fair, their perspective is likely to show bias. Note to self, talk to Commander Neville about what's going on down there. June 25th, evacuation. They say we have lost less than 24 hours to pack up and leave before the employee emergency military measures. Is this for real? What the hell? There have been squads of Marines down here for days. They said they had it contained. I'm not sure what to do with this information. I have several years worth of case interviews that will take me days to carry out. They don't expect me to abandon all that data, do they? All right. And then there's reports still. Damn system admins and their secure passwords, I know. This is Sebastian Weiskopf, the new head of psychology at Ward Prime. I've been brought on because some scientists have reported unusual depression and anxiety. Not exactly what I thought I'd be doing for the government, but at least I get an office. Gaston. The Dreamer in Ward 2 committed several murders last night, then took his own life. I didn't even know they could become conscious. Several surviving witnesses are now under my auspices. Neville is breathing down my neck to understand what happened. Looks like I have my work cut out for me. Schleiermacher has been behaving strangely the last couple of days, more than usual. And I haven't received any communication back from the other wards. What's going on? Sorry, my brain is getting a little ahead of itself here. Like inserting words that don't belong. Okay. So we got to find the code. It said something about the storage or BGNRY ICU. What's the star for? Alright, it is in alphabetical order. I need to find the storage room, I guess, and find some letters there. Hang on, where did he say it was again? Let me just look. Or is ICU the code? That would be, well, depending on how we read that, 2413. The computer on the desk has a password thing in his room. No, I'm aware that we can input the code here. But Sato's thing said something about letters in a different room, but maybe he just meant this storage room. All right, so where was I? So ICU. 241351. 241351. I guess that didn't work. Maybe it's the other way, or it's not ICU. But that'd be, what did I say again? 241351. So 423115. Oh, okay. I just needed to do more. Okay. I was expecting it to immediately do something. Oh, we get a gun for this. Machine pistol. Okay. Higher rate of fire. Bigger magazine. So this is basically similar to the submachine gun, but holds less, does more damage, has better range and accuracy. It's kind of like a middle ground. Small caliber, a small caliber, full automatic silenced pistol with a medium magazine capacity and incredibly fast rate of fire, effective at mid-range with controlled bursts. You wouldn't believe how much firepower you can find in them old science facilities, almost as if they knew what was coming. God damn. It does shoot real fucking fast. Yeah, I just want the scrap, y'all. The scrap. I'll get you. There we go. It does seem really cool. We might have to try that out later. It seems like the damage isn't terrible. Alright. Badoo. I guess we just open the blast doors at this point. I think that's the only other thing left, unless I'm forgetting a computer. Just double check any other little rooms here and make sure that I didn't miss one. Main bay just had the switch. There's no computer in there. And went through there, did that. We looked at this already. We should rest at the checkpoint really quick to get our ammo back before we open the door, just in case. But I think we've done everything now. Alright. Let's see what we got here. Lock glass doors. Assuming we're gonna have to break this open, like, I can just walk through some of it, okay. We're gonna probably have to bust this open like we did with the smaller ones too. Can't really go anywhere else in the room. Alrighty then. Give that guy a second to move past so he's not right behind us when we start this. Alright, let's see how this goes. Quest complete. We have opened a portal to another dimension. Wisdom. A little owly boy. Elemental damage. Oh, that's cool. I'm gonna keep up with Mind's Eye for now. That was much easier than I was expecting. I thought that was gonna be like a whole big thing. I mean, maybe we're gonna get teleported into a boss fight, but...
Where did you come from?
Behind you. What? She's got fucking magical powers?
You should be more careful. The shadow is following you.
And like a pet giant? Why was your coat all bunched up on your backpack? I didn't even notice. It still is. There we go. I think it was just a physics glitch. Alright, new biome. Hello. Oh, it's the rat boys. Ooh. Here's the thing, fellas. Travel to Resium. I don't know. It's kind of hard to read on the achievement thing that popped up. Alright, we can switch back to our snipey boy for now and bring out the dog as well. Let's use the checkpoint, and I guess let's make a quick stop back at Ward 13 real quick. See if there's any upgrading we can do and stuff like that. Just wanted to show off how caked up your character is. Reisum. R-E-I-S-U-M. You probably have shit to say, huh?
What news from Ward Prime? Safe travels.
Okay, we'll just continue not speaking to one another as per usual. Yeah, it just kind of like harkens to the slight lack of polish thing that I was saying before. Like, it just seems like certain things could have used a little bit more love. Maybe they ran out of time or budget or something. There's always that possibility, but it's just like,
good to see.
why do the characters not say anything?
Let's see what I've got.
Alright, we can't afford to upgrade all of these at once. Machine pistol starts at +10, which is nice if we do want to try that out at some point. For now, I almost don't want to upgrade these until I get a bit more hardened iron. Do we just need hardened iron for everything? I think so. So maybe we should just save it for now until we get a bit more. But we could go see if there's any for sale.
Be safe out there.
I don't think I have anything for your grumpy ass. Oh.
Hey, traveler.
Hey, sick coat you got there. Take those for now. I don't think I really need to buy Luminite crystals right now. She always has more to buy anyway, so it's fine.
Take care then.
Not enough materials to get anything significant. I think we need 30 to see an alternate version of a chest piece, so I'm curious to see what the alternate hunter jacket looks like, or What's this called? Yeah, Hunter Trench Coat. Well, I guess that's all we're doing right now, since we're apparently not going to upgrade anything just yet. Since I don't have a lot of hardened iron, I'll have to wait until I get a bit more. So I don't really like upgrading just one gun. I kind of like upgrading all three of them at the same time if I can. My melee weapon always falls a little bit behind, but I'm not really using it that much, so it's okay. It's more of a ammo conserving thing when stuff's close or just as a last resort, and it already does good damage. So I was super excited when he showed up because it was like, oh hey, something changed based on the story, but then nope. Yeah. Hey Dodo, how's it going, dude? Good to see you. DLC your ass off. No more half of the damage. No, full damage. I guess we shall see. Pick your head up, rat man. Fuck, I was waiting for him to walk in it and then he like didn't do it and then he turned. Weirdly, I'm like better at aiming for things' heads when I'm not zoomed in. I feel like the hitbox is probably more generous and my aim's not actually better. Oh. I just wanted to know if I could break that. I should have expected that it might be explosive, I guess. What about this? Everything here blows up. Watch your ass. What? Okay, never mind. I'm just a bad shot in general. Ah, he moved. It's alright, we'll just erase our mistakes really quickly here. There we go, that's better. Also, frostbite. Do we have any items to deal with frostbite? Overloaded, corroded, bleeding, burning, irradiated, infected. So we don't have frostbite curing items yet. So we're gonna definitely need to be a little careful. You fighting the Skaven? Yeah, this has become Warhammer now. This is Vermintide 2.5 or 1.5, I don't know. Actually, it's Vermintide 40k. Because clearly we're in a slightly more futuristic setting. Okay. I've been able to strafe those a lot before, so I kind of just thought that I could, but he was a little too close for me to strafe that. Oh, shit. Okay, let me not just fuck around completely here. Go get him, boy. God damn, he does so much damage. Oops. Overcompensated there.
Oh, that's hurt.
It was not terrible. It was fucking easy. Especially with the dog. This man complains way too much. He should be saying booyah a lot more often. Sorry, puppy dog. I didn't mean for that to hurt you at the same time. Oh, shit. There's a Yeti and he's wearing, like, a helmet or some shit. His face is armored. Doug, you want to help me out here a little bit? Oh, shit. I would like to bring you to something explosive that's not... maybe right next to where the dog is. There was an explosive barrel around here somewhere. It's way over here. Oh, nice. He blew it up on his own ass. I didn't even have to shoot it. Oh. You fucking dick. He's just straight up got like a... Oh, okay. You have a longer reach than I keep expecting, so I need to be a little bit more careful with that. He also has a fucking ranged attack. Alright, with excellent tracking. Come here, sir. Alright, they seem a little bit more like a coach gun enemy, but just because they're very tanky. Alright, this frostbite has me a little concerned. A lot of status effects really take a long ass time to disappear. Go get whatever that is, boy. Oh, do you need some pets first? Here you go, buddy. Woof to your heart's content over there. Should probably have left that there in case we run into something big again. I guess whatever that was did not leave me any loot. Fucking Yeti was kicking the crap out of me though. So much damage. Alright, I don't see anything else really here. I guess let's just keep on exploring. Vermintide 2K? Yeah. Skaven are fucking cool. Sad part is Vermintide is cool, but like if you play the levels once, you're done with the game. Yeah, I do kind of feel that way. Like, I mean, I guess if you're like really into co-oping that stuff with your friends, like it's a good time, but yeah, there's just really not much variety to that game, sadly, like either of them. It was cool to play them as a group on Charlie's stream that one time, but I've just not really had any interest in playing it outside of that, aside from like maybe the possibility of checking it out for my own co-op thing at some point, but like, I'd rather play what's the other Warhammer one that came out recently? Darktide. That one seems like it could be a little bit better, but even so, like I'm expecting it's gonna suffer from some of the same problems in the long run. But everyone who's played it that I've talked to seemed to enjoy it at the very least. Oh, whoops. I didn't realize I had the pistol out just then. Might as well get some pistol mod power anyway. Maybe he'd get staggered. He did not. Can I reach this? I guess I can get it here. Oh. I knew that guy was going to be explosive the moment he started just charging at me, but he took longer to blow up than he thought he would. Sick shield, dude. I wish you hadn't turned around just then, though. What am I healing from? I don't have Bloodwort active, do I? No, I didn't use any. I don't think anything that I have here heals you over time. Do one of my traits heal me over time now and I just didn't notice? I'm confused by that one. Oh, whatever. Damn. Get shat upon. I got bad reviews because it's the same recipe as all the others. For me getting new equipment and running everything over and over again, it's not replayability to me. I see. I remember Moist had said that he enjoyed it, or seemed to, but yeah, I guess it probably didn't have a lot of longevity to it, would be my assumption. Did you play it with Moist? I'm guessing you might have. I know you guys occasionally do some co-op shooties. We gotta find some time to do some co-op gaming again here soon, Dodo. Oh, speaking of which, I did buy Remnant 2 already, so that's coming out here in well, it comes out officially on the 25th. I went ahead and just got the Ultimate Edition because I figured why the hell not. So I might actually get to play it a little before the 25th because it did say something about slightly early access, but I'm not sure how that's supposed to work yet, so I guess we'll see. Also, it'll depend on what kind of time frame it's looking at, because I do plan on doing Elden Ring co-op stuff with Charlie this weekend, so I may not even really play it until the 25th, even if I do have early access. And I'll solo it if people aren't particularly interested in doing co-op, but I am going to potentially leave that somewhat open to see if anyone is interested in some regular co-op with that game. It just has to be folks who are interested in playing it somewhat regularly at the usual stream time, I guess. Because it's the only thing that's difficult when it comes to co-op stuff. Like I know Charlie's schedule well. She at least has a consistent schedule. Like arranging things with other people, especially when it's multiple other people, like that gets a little difficult sometimes. At least when you're trying to be consistent about it. So we'll see. Depending on how that goes, I might just do a solo run and see if people want to do co-op either for like a secondary run, or, you know, I know that people can just kind of join your game, at least in this one, so maybe people can do that for the sequel as well. And, you know, I might just try the melee build out just to see how I like it, and if people have like a gunslinger they want to pop into the game or whatever, they can, or vice versa. Or whatever role, really. Have to be gunslinger, of course. But I haven't decided yet, and we'll see like when I get into the game, because I might decide to just go with gunslinger anyways. I don't know if y'all will be able to hear it, but there is a very loud plane flying overhead, so just in case you guys hear that, I apologize. Wish there was an explosive barrel in here for me to blow all of these up at once. Occasionally get a little bit tedious to break them all. Why is this an unbreakable? Oops. An unbreakable box. I don't know. Can't hit it. There we go. Ping is a big issue in the US playing together. He ran with Murmur in the gang, but yes, he's really enjoyed it. When the levels were done, he was done basically, which is fair. Yeah. No, I get that. I think I might check it out eventually, but you know, it may just end up being kind of like a one and done. But for games like that, again, I think I'd like to potentially leave the option for co-op planning open, so that if I've got people who want to play it, and we can like arrange a decent connection, all that, then maybe. But yeah, this game just kind of feels like it would be fun to do co-op with, so I've been enjoying my solo playthrough a lot, and it allows me to go at whatever pace that I want, of course, but I just feel like because these games are so balanced around co-op, I feel like I'm sort of missing out on that potential type of experience at the same time, so I don't know. I might even kind of like see if there's a good way to do like two playthrough options. Like if the sequel has an adventure mode, then adventure mode or survivor mode or whatever would also be potentially fun to do with co-op if I want to just do the main campaign solo. Because then that gives us like something else we can kind of like do whenever co-op. And I can just kind of like schedule the campaign around days when I'm like, it's easy for me to stream. Is it on Game Pass? I'm not sure. It might be. I just bought it on Steam. Remnant 2, that is, obviously not, I don't mean, Dark Tide or anything like that. Let's see what's this way first, I think. It's weirdly very empty over here. I mean, I know we did just kill a bunch of rat guys, but... Right, so we have one entrance there. I wouldn't be surprised if that led back around to whatever is down there on the lower side. So let's see what's the other way then, because that'll probably be like a 2-dungeon scenario. I would be interested to co-op Darktide for sure. We can make a small list maybe with games of interest to us and go from there. Yeah. There's definitely a handful of stuff that could be fun, and obviously like we'll just kind of have to see what works when it works. Right now I'm doing co-op stuff with Charlie on the weekends, so those particular days are kind of spoken for at the moment. I have the wrong gun equipped again.
Come on.
Certainly like at any particular point in the future, either when I'm more free with that or if I'm able to figure out like some specific days. At some point I probably will be getting a little bit busy with work again, but I don't know when. We haven't really had like a conversation yet, and I am kind of on break, so go get him, doggo. Alright, the boys have gotten to be a little much here. Let me being fired upon by like 60 guys. 60 is maybe exaggeration, but it's a lot of boys. It's a strange place for you to decide to take cover in.
Oh, it's over.
I guess Doug did all the work there. He's still working on them. Good job, buddy. Wish I could give you like a Scooby snack or something. Should be getting a fair bit of scrap. I am liking this biome a fair bit for that at the very least. I feel like the jungle, like in the base game when we got to there, of course this was it, like it felt like or no wait, was it whichever one it was the jungle, had it felt like it had like kind of not a lot of scrap to be had. Yaisha, that's right. Of course this was the swamp. Well, fucking deserved break. Holy fuck, seems like you were working 24/7 for 2 years. Pretty much, yeah. The Horizon Forbidden West guide was tons of work, as Charlie can certainly tell you, especially since most of that book is just me and her. We started with some more people, kind of, but a lot of people had to, like, sort of immediately bow out of the project. including GD, but that was because the way we were trying to play the game in order, like in the way we had access to it, like it wouldn't work for her, so she couldn't really help us for the first like I don't know, 70-80% of the timeline of our project for Horizon, and then she was able to rejoin us when we got like a different build set up in the last like 3 or 4 months, which was, she came in super clutch because by then it was really mostly just me and Charlie doing all of the work. We had one other guy kind of like authoring just the machines part of the book, and I say that in such a way that makes it maybe sound minimal. It's not. It was like an intense amount of work, but because it was so intense, like that was the only thing he was able to really work on for a long time. So, but that's the whole point, is that like the entire rest of the book was basically me and her, and then GD when she was able to join us. So it was a lot, and it was far too many hours of work for Horizon. And then Elden Ring came out. I mean, we started working on it before the game released, but y'all can see how long that shit's been taking to, how long that was taking to ever release and stuff. And it's not because any of us are particularly slow or anything. It's just things happen. There's only so much you can do. And some of that just causes the entire like work process to take a really long time. So yeah, pretty much like the past 2 years, between the 2 guides and the fact that the Elden Ring guide was 2 books, maybe even actually a little bit more than 2 years, frankly, in total. Yeah, I've just been real busy. And as time went on, it just felt like I kind of got busier, and it became harder and harder to really do, to feasibly stream anymore. So I'm glad to be able to kind of do that regularly again. I don't know, like I said, for how long it'll remain like this. I do intend at some point to be able to do some work with Future Press again. I just don't know if they have a current project going right now. I cannot say what it is until it's announced, but I don't know if I'll be working on that with them or not. I think originally that was part of the plan, but I don't know if it still is. Get him, buddy. He's all yours. You enjoy that rat meat. Skaven burger. Oh jeez, I'm almost out of sniper ammo too. Oh shit, I didn't realize there was an explosive barrel there. I'm burning. I just saw barrels and took a swing. I'm not sure what that guy is. Bodies disappear so damn fast. Am I still regenerating? No, it doesn't look like it. What was causing me to regenerate earlier? I don't know. I wasn't standing in a Mender's aura. The only thing I had, like I had some like frostbite buildup, but I don't imagine that would heal you. It wasn't like it was triggered either. I don't think I like used a blood ward at any point in time during that, so I'm not sure what I was getting that regen from. Maybe one of my skills has like a proc that I just forgot about or something. One of my traits, I mean. I don't think there's anything about that on my armor. Nope. It's weird. Future Press actually feels like a really small business. It's pretty small, yeah. There's, I wouldn't say like it's necessarily tiny, but it's not I feel like people might be under the impression sometimes when they hear these things getting announced that Future Press, you know, as like a, you know, self-publishing book writing or strategy guide writing business, that they must be like big, but they're not. Yeah, on the smaller side. I don't even know if I'd call them medium specifically, but you know, it's not necessarily tiny, but my interaction with different people, I don't really have a lot with like necessarily like everyone who works for Future Press necessarily, like as like a regular employee. I just have my interface with the people that I work with. So I don't know how many people are specifically employed by Future Press, but it can't be a lot. And it's you know, don't get me wrong, the guides sell for quite a bit, and they're really super nice and everything, and collector's items, and they pretty much always sell out. But with the way that like the guides, I don't know exactly how deals get made, and I can't really say or speculate too much anyways, but there's not as much money in it as you would think. It's not like a super lucrative business. It's, you know, it's a small, relatively small company with a bunch of people who, you know, are very passionate. I dodged too soon. He's very delayed, as per usual. Okay. Feel like I got a little screwed on that one there, but got his butt, dog. Please keep running, thank you. Oh, he fucking threw the shield at me. And that other one was so easy because I sniped him from such a far distance away. This one was much worse. Alright, we're gonna have to like rely on the dog a little bit. We're almost out of sniper rounds here. I mean, we can use an ammo box if we have to, but hoping maybe some long gun ammo will just drop from one of these enemies, perhaps. I don't know why they're being so stingy with it lately. Probably the employment rate also fluctuates a lot depending on what they're putting out. For sure. I mean, as you may have picked up from the Horizon story there, like people don't necessarily stay on projects like throughout their entirety. I mean, the idea is for people to stay on them, but life happens. People don't always kind of like make it all the way through a project from beginning to end. Sometimes they take a while. Usually not the length of like an Elden Ring style project. That one took fucking forever. Like it literally just seemed like it was never gonna end, to be honest. The Horizon project like was by comparison much shorter, but also in certain ways actually a lot harder just because there were so few people working on it, especially by the end of it. Like the thing any of y'all should remember about these, like if you're at all interested in the inner workings of that, is that these guides are made by a very, very small group of people every time. Even if the company itself could be a little bit bigger than the people actually working on a guide, the teams are always small. Partly by design, because like it's a job based largely on referrals. It requires a lot of passion to be able to kind of do it. It's really not for everyone. It's a very hard job, or rather an extremely demanding one is probably a little bit more accurate. We have a boat. Boat trip or other trip? I guess let's go on the boat. We're already here. But we will check out the other way too, of course. But yeah, it's not like, it's not for the faint of heart, let's put it that way. It is a very difficult job. It requires a lot of patience, a lot of determination, a fuck ton of time and effort. Yeah, I don't know if there's really anything more to be said beyond that point, but that's what it is. And it's not a job that you can really just kind of like go out and apply for typically. Like, again, they largely, in terms of their authors, they really get people by referral. And being able to refer someone is also potentially difficult, because even if you know someone who has like some writing experience or otherwise, you know, has like a pretty good work ethic, like, you know, even those aren't like overly important. I mean, the work ethic part is, but the writing stuff not so much, because like we have editors, of course. I mean, the better written something is, the easier it's going to be for anyone doing any editing work. But moreover, it helps if you are good at analyzing games, coming up with strategies. If you're going to be writing a lot of strategy parts of it, being particularly thorough and meticulous is extremely beneficial and fairly necessary. And otherwise, just being available to work a lot of hours.
Keep moving.
But yeah, so the problem is like this guy just keeps getting up and standing down over and over again now. Like, I don't see him do anything else anymore. How much do we have now? 51, that's way better. Okay. Upgrade you once. You once. Where's my coach gun at? You once. And we're already out. But that's fine. They go up to plus 20, I believe, so we're getting close.
So long.
Let's go see what we can buy. It's also a ludicrously big game for Elden Ring. I mean, every centimeter had something going on. Pretty much. Like, Charlie and GD and myself did all of the world markup stuff. So by that I mean, like, Elden Ring, the first book, comes with a map, and on that map is every like overworld location and boss and item and stuff like that. Like, I don't remember what all they put on the map itself. It might have just been the sites of grace, but like the sites of grace are included and the locations. For the poster map, the in-book maps have all that other details that I was mentioning, plus a whole bunch of other shit, including like NPCs and shit. We had to go through and mark all of that by hand, like in a huge map file that we had, which meant that we had to scour all of the regions in the game to make sure that we didn't find any or didn't miss anything. And I'll tell you, we probably missed like one or two things. I know we did. Some of those we were able to catch like right before the book went to print. One or two of them we didn't catch, and we had to like fix them in the reprint, since they did reprint the book. It's in any sort of strategy guide this size, well, especially one this size, it's almost impossible not to make some sort of error somewhere, whether you're missing something really obscure, or, you know, whether it's just down to like a typo somewhere. Like, typos you expect to happen. Getting certain information wrong because you just put in something that was like old and it got updated and we like forgot to update like the current copy or some shit like that. Those kind of things happen. It doesn't happen a lot, but you know, it can happen. And when you're dealing with a guide like this that's just massive, and so massive that we had to split it into 2 books, yeah, some stuff's gonna get like overlooked accidentally, especially when you're working with a team that's tiny, you know, like literally just a small handful of people. Also, the limitations of paper. Digitally, you can just edit and bam, you always have the most recent info. Yeah, if you're on top of it, like, you certainly can't trust like Fextra Life to ever do shit like that. Not only is a lot of their information just wrong to begin with, but they never stay on top of keeping their stuff current. At least in terms of, everything. But then again, Fextra Life sucks, so I don't support them in the first place. Sorry, I'm just checking something. Okay. How long have we been going now? A little over 3 hours. Cool. We got some time yet. Let's trade. Give me the 3 of these that you have. I'll take them. Thank you. And we're still pretty good on resources, but I want to see if this guy sells anything for Frostbite. He might not until we, like, find someone on, Racem, whatever the fuck it's called. Like there's anything that removes Frostbite.
Take care, friend.
Yoki Duke. It's fine. Alright, well, that's all we can do for now, so let's head back again. Heard what they did. I thought they were pretty alright, but ceiling work is over the line. In general, I'm sure there might be some alright people that work for Fextra, but I don't like that they treat their wiki site, all of their wiki sites as view bots for their streams. It's just a way of artificially inflating their stream numbers. I'm not saying it's not smart to do from a business perspective, but it's really kind of cheap and shady to do. And yeah, the way that they handle their information, they really just kind of take shit from wherever they can get it. Sometimes, like, it'll be like a thing that a user put into, the comments in their own wiki that they might update then, in which case they occasionally might credit someone, but most of the time they just don't seem to bother. Now entering Wuthering Keep. Okay, okay. But yeah. I don't want to just like spend all my time just like crapping on Fextra Life or anything. Like I said, there might be some people there that are alright, but that are employed by them, I mean, but as far as the fact that like the corporation that owns them and everything, not a big fan. Not a huge fan of their business practices and all that kind of shit in general. But topic for another time, perhaps. Either way, I don't say all that just because I want people to like buy our guides or anything like that. I mean, obviously, I stand behind our guides. We put tons of work into them, and I hope people are interested in buying them because I think they're worthwhile, especially as collector's items. But if you want to look up information, and Fextra Life is the easiest place for you to do that, yeah, I'm not gonna like hold that against you or anything. I've certainly done it myself. I just wish there was a better alternative, because in the past I've looked stuff up on like the like for games like Dark Souls 1, I've looked up information on the wiki, which is run by less crappy people. However, I don't think they've ever really been able to sustain that long term, and I don't know that they're even around in terms of that they've done anything for like Elden Ring or any of the recent titles. Hello, sir. He's become aware. So have all of them. This has become interesting. There's so many boys. There's legitimately a lot of boys right now. I don't know that that does much damage to him. It did light him on fire, at least. Dogbert, I could use your help back here. There's another one somewhere. Oh. Shoot him in the beard. Okay. He was not so bad, at least. Oops, I don't know where I was aiming just then. It's getting a little snowy up here. Alright, I'll just let him snack on that other guy. He should be fine. These guys all sound like they're doing some sort of old man voice. They like my old man voice, but they just don't know how to replicate it. Speaking of the boys, next season will be out very soon. Oh yeah, that's true. I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to it. I think we talked about this literally the last time I streamed this game. I am definitely a fan of the show. It's armored up. Apparently my dog was biting the shit out of him though. His HP was not very high. Yeah, I'm a fan of the show. I'm also a fan of the comic or graphic novel, whatever you call it, series. I think they're both good. I recommend them both for different reasons. A lot of people aren't into the comic, which I totally understand. It is Garth Ennis is really an acquired taste, and as like obscene and raunchy as the show can be at times, I'd say the comic outdoes that by quite a bit most of the time. And I understand why people aren't as into the overall aspects of it, but these can drop scrap too, so we should still blow them up, I guess, if we're not gonna use them. Ah, damn it, we had 69 leftover bullets and I ruined it. Not nice. Hello. More hardened iron, please. I need a lot in order to upgrade my guns. I hear another big boy. Okay. Just aim a little bit lower there. Where is this big boy at exactly? Little kamikaze rats. Oh, I see him over there. Shot him in the tail. Alright, you know what? Dogbert, if you would please, maybe stop strafing sideways. That looks really weird for you. Let's go chew on that guy over there. Whoa. Did he launch a rocket at me, or did like a barrel get exploded? Nope, he launched a fucking cannonball. Okay. I'm unsure what the optimal way to take these guys down is. Like maybe status damage. Switch to the coach gun temporarily, but the thing is, like, you can't just whip out another mod and use it. Like, it has to be on one of your 2 equipped guns. Because it has to charge up whenever it's on a gun that's not equipped. I guess they don't really want you to abuse mod powers like that, which makes sense. Like, I would probably do that the same way. Headshot. We are getting a lot of scrap, which is nice. I mean, I did say before, but yeah, I actually felt like we were not getting scrap much at all, and I'm glad that they've made the DLC area a little scrappier. He does such a good job seeming like a wounded, dangerous monster. Oh, Homelander. I thought you were talking about my dog for a second there. I was like, Hang on, I'll catch up on the chat really quick here. I want to rewatch season 1 to 3 again as a refresher. That's probably a good idea. I think they did the character so good. The one that actually steals the show is Homelander, though. The man that really made me shiver with how powerless he could make me as a viewer feel. I really think Anthony Starr, the actor who did Homelander, he did a fucking fantastic job. When they first cast him, I didn't really feel like, oh, he's a bad choice or anything like that, but I was like, oh, I wonder what kind of Homelander we're gonna get, because I was expecting they'd portray, or that they'd cast like some big Henry Cavill-esque guy to play Homelander, because, you know, he is supposed to be like Superman, you know, this parody of Superman, and so I figured they'd get someone who's like just tall and super built and shit, because that's kind of how he's portrayed in the comics. He's still blonde and all that. And then they went with Anthony Starr, and I was like, okay, well, I at least like Anthony Starr, so hopefully I'll like him in this too. Speaking of which, I was thinking about one of the shows, the first show that I watched him in. I don't know what all else he's been in that, before that. I believe he's Australian, I think. But he was in a show that was on Cinemax originally called Banshee, which is very different. It's nothing to do with superheroes. It's a little hard to describe, but he plays an ex-thief. Well, I shouldn't say ex-thief, you know, an out of prison criminal, you know, career criminal slash thief, who has like come to this town seeking someone from his past under the like auspices of a different identity, and like when he gets there, like the sheriff, the guy who's supposed to become the sheriff of this small like fictional town in Pennsylvania called Banshee, like dies very suddenly, and he's kind of like, he's not really involved, like he doesn't kill the sheriff or anything like that, but like it ends up working out to his favor to basically assume the sheriff's identity so that he can stay in the town and have like an excuse to be there. Like he just, because they know that this new sheriff is coming and nobody really knows what he looks like. So he just assumes this dude's identity and becomes the sheriff of this town, which has, you know, problems with it. But the whole idea of the show is that he's this guy who's like acting as a cop, you know, who himself is, you know, a criminal, but you know, he's an easy to cheer for, like anti-hero-ish good guy, because he's really not a bad guy really much at all. He just does things in a very like not by the law sort of way in terms of how like he conducts his job as the quote-unquote sheriff. It's a really good show, actually. The only downside for Banshee is like I think that show, I don't know if it was gonna get canceled at one point, but like the final season doesn't really feel as good as the seasons that come before it. Like they do like a little bit of a time jump for one thing, and it seems like they wanted to like wrap things up, but a lot of like characters or actors didn't seem to like return for that season, so I'm guessing like some shit happened where it might have been like canceled and then picked back up or something like that. Someone else might have started footing the bill, but then they were just like, okay, well, you guys get one more season to wrap this up, so they just kind of had to do that quickly. It's still good. Like the final season is in no way like a bad season. It just feels sort of off a little bit in some aspects, but with that said, if you like that sort of, you know, crime drama kind of show, I guess it's definitely got action. I can definitely recommend it, especially if you like Anthony Starr's acting. He's obviously not like Homelander, but you know, in the sense that he's not like kind of an evil dude. He just plays a little bit more of like an anti-hero-esque character, sorta, kinda. The guy's gun didn't render. Oh, I got a trade point. Thanks, Doug. Do I want to get this up to 20 before we switch to something else? I know the blessings are good, but I keep like just saying like, give me more damage, frankly. Yeah, just give me more damage. I want to get that to 20, I think. Bandage. Here, come away from the explosive barrel, buddy. Such a pathetic loser, but definitely could be capable of horrific atrocities if he's wronged. Yeah. The portrayal of Homelander in the show is definitely a little different from the comic. Not in the sense that he's completely different in all respects. Like, there's a lot of, like, similar keynotes, but, like, he's not... Like, he is kind of, like... his ego is definitely kind of fragile. He's very much like a super entitled celebrity with, you know, the effective, you know, ability of just kind of holding the threat of his powers over people, potentially, or rather, you know, people don't want to mess with him because of that. Burden of the Warlord. Although similar to the Mr. Edgar character that's like introduced into the second season, there is a character in the comic who's just kind of not afraid of him at all. In fact, actually, they kind of switch things around. The character of Stillwell in the first season is a guy. It's not Madeline Stillwell. I forget what his first name is, if they even tell you, but he's basically like their handler, kind of, at least initially, and then kind of like has a bigger role, sort of like Mr. Edgar, who's just kind of made up for the show. But he's basically that exact same sort of concept, like a guy who just is not afraid of Homelander's shit, and is largely just he's the one guy that like Homelander doesn't really know how to like throw his weight around with, because, you know, he just clearly doesn't fear him, which makes Homelander himself maybe even a little bit fearful of him, just to be like, Now, what is it that this guy can do if he's not afraid of me? But he's not like a powered individual. He's just a regular corporate human. Even if he's not wronged, he just fucking horn dogs on his popularity and plays evil fucking games with people's lives, and nobody can fucking do anything. Just grab you by the balls and rip them off. Yep. Less humanized in the comic. I would say overall that's the case, yes. Not so much Homelander. I mean, he is maybe a little bit like there's a different depth to what you can do with live action compared to just like a comic, you know. And there, you know, Homelander in the comic is explored well enough, but like he's different. Despite the fact that he has kind of the same origin or very similar, at least anyways, you know, he's very much like an entitled douchebag more than he is like a super wounded animal, you know, who's like psychologically messed up, because they don't really go into that, or Garth Ennis doesn't really go into that quite so much in the comic, because I don't think that was specifically the angle that he was going for originally. And it's part of the thing about when it comes to live action too, like the things that you can do, not even specifically live action, but just the things that you can do with an adaptation that you maybe can't easily do with a comic without just like making it extremely long. Is like fleshing all that kind of stuff out. Go Truin, buddy. Go get the guy who was okay, he's going elsewhere. Sick, he dropped some long gun ammo. I really need it. I've got one shot left. Thank you. Uh-oh, there's a big guy. There's another cannon guy too, I think, or a Gatling gun guy, whichever. Cannon. Oh, okay. I was like trying to figure out the good timing to dodge this, but I was just like, I don't know where I should be. There we go. That's better. And we get some ammo for it too. Good.
It's over.
Okay. Might be some more boys. Yeah, oh, I see one over there. It's an elite too. The Deep. Oh yeah, the Deep is one of the most changed characters. He's still kind of a joke, but in a very different way, in the same sense that like everyone is a joke because they're all parodies, right? The Deep is actually, believe it or not, kind of like the one character that's like on the 7 who's perhaps like slightly redeemable. He's not really a good dude necessarily, but you know, the stuff that he does in the beginning of the show to Starlight, that isn't him that does that in the comic. It's actually, it's not even just one guy. It's Homelander and A-Train and Black Noir all together. It's pretty fucked up. Just as their sort of like hazing initiation of her. You know, also Translucent doesn't exist in the comic. It's a different character. they had a Martian Manhunter parody called Jack from Jupiter. So that was the other character, main character from the Seven, who they just decided not to put in the show. I think partly because of the way he looks. There's like a reference to him made in like a quick little cameo in one of the seasons. Like it's something somebody's watching. That's like clearly supposed to be a reference to Jack from Jupiter, but like he's not, you know, one of the mainstay characters. Pristine Essence. Increases resistance to all elemental status by 15 and reduces status effects buildup by 50%. We can use that to get rid of Frostbite if we have to, I guess, or at least not, maybe not remove it entirely, but at least reduce the buildup and give us themselves some resistance at the same time. But this is a big fucking area too, by the way. I know that we took a boat. I assume this is technically still considered like a dungeon, even though we're outside and all that. The maps never look that huge. The areas are just, they're always so densely packed with both enemies and things to break and things to pick up and shit. Okay, we're all right. Oh, fuck. Dogbirds, where you at? Okay. That was a really good play on his part, to be fair. Dogbird, what are you doing way over there, buddy? Oh, I missed. Oh my god, there's a fucking cannon guy now, too. Well, now Dogbird is busy with other shit. Oh, hey. Where's cannon guy at? Wait, was he taking more damage in the dick? Or was it because he was on fire? I think he did. Don't get me wrong, the dick is probably an adequate weak spot for some. You guys not done? Alright. I think we're finally... Nope, we're not good yet. Still one more dude here. Poor little rat boys. I don't feel that bad for them since they're attacking me, but like, do they know they're gonna blow up? I think he just killed another one up there.
Damn it!
Alright, sorry. Let me get caught up here again. These battle segments sometimes, man, like, they really require a lot of focus for one, but they also just take a bit to get through. Okay. How much story do they still have to go? They've gone pretty far off book with a lot of what they've been doing in these seasons. Like, again, they kind of keep like some key elements, but they've changed a lot of like major elements too. Like, certain characters have been completely reworked into different characters. Some of those I would definitely say are for the better. Not because of what Garth Ennis did was like specifically like bad or inferior per se, but I just think they work better with what the show is. So as far as the story is concerned, depending on how they do things, because a lot of stuff, like, there's been some pretty big departures. Like, one I don't mind telling you because it's not really a spoiler at all, especially now that certain things have happened in the show. In the comic, the boys, you know, they're a little different from the show counterpart, because like in the show they seem to be like their sort of like own little clandestine group of vigilantes against superheroes, kind of, whereas in the comic they straight up just work for the CIA, right? Like when they're sort of getting the band back together between Butcher and MM and Frenchie and the female who is also known as Kimiko in the show, although she's not called that in the comic. She's literally just known as the female, because they don't know what her name is. They've all worked together previously. Like, they worked with Mallory, who also, by the way, is a guy in the comic, with their little CIA-funded group, and then they kind of disbanded for a while, and then they're getting back together without Mallory. And they bring Huey into the fold, or Butcher does, rather, without really explaining the full situation to him. So, like, the beginning of the show is very similar to the comic, where, like, his girlfriend gets splattered by A-Train, although in the show they just have it as A-Train, like, directly running into her, because he's high and trying to get somewhere really quickly. Whereas in the comic, it's a lot of like what the comic is showing is like how superheroes would perhaps be like really irresponsible, shitty, douchebag celebrities, basically. So what happens in the comic is like she still gets splattered, but it's because A-Train is fighting some other like speedster villain, right? And because there's villains too. And they basically, while they're having this fight at high speed, they just crash into her. And the thing that it's meant to show is just their general lack of accountability, or, you know, their means to take responsibility for their actions. So A-Train's not at all high. He's just like, oh, well, you know, whatever, another casualty, too bad, you know. Like, he barely acknowledges that it happened. He's just like, yep, I saved the day again. I defeated this guy, you know. But it's like due to his like recklessness and just general lack of care while doing this that happened to her in the first place. But yeah, the thing I was saying that's not really spoilery but very different is the boys group all have powers. They're not just regular people. They're not superheroes, at least in the sense that they aren't trying to be like heroes in the limelight. But they've been given a specific specifically tailored version of Compound V that just gives them enhanced strength and durability, basically. So they're effectively like normal people, but it just allows them to kind of be to work sort of like secret agents in a way that kind of can oversee superhero interactions and you know, hold them to task in a way, especially like from behind the scenes, and just back up their whatever it is they're doing with their own like might, so that, you know, superheroes don't just fucking obliterate them whenever they feel like it. So they've gone a very different route in the show. No, The Boys is not, the comic is not ongoing. It ended like years ago. It's really a pretty, oh shit, it's not a particularly long series. Damn it, I'm trying to like figure out when he was gonna throw that shit. Busy like getting rid of my burn. Alright, dog, get on out there, have some fun. But yeah, nah, they just have their powers because they've taken this like tailored version of Compound B, and Butcher just gives that same shit to Huey like right as soon as he kind of like accepts that he's joining, but he hasn't really explained the situation to him well. So Butcher's still kind of an asshole. Well, he's more than kind of an asshole. It's not like you don't like him for similar reasons to the show version of Butcher. Like, you know that he kind of uses people in his own way, but like he just has this like extreme vendetta against superheroes, and you don't exactly know what all is going on with him, and I don't want to say like more, but you get little inklings like from what they've shown in the series so far as to like why he feels the way he does about certain things, including even just like his own past with like his father and his brother. Like, obviously he does not like abusive people. But Butcher himself kind of goes about, you know, pushing people into shit that they don't necessarily want to do and stuff like that. Yeah, the power gap is definitely less big. With that said, Homelander, in comic Homelander, could still utterly destroy any of the members of the Boys, like, with, you know, limited effort. Because even though they are powered up, they're not Homelander level of powered, you know. The one who would stand like the greatest chance of surviving in any sort of situation like that would be the female, because she's the strongest one, you know, aka Kimiko, which is kind of technically similar to the show because she's the only one with powers in the show, at least natively. But yeah, they went a completely different route with that in the show, and I was just like, are they going to get powers at some point, or are they just doing this a completely different way, as in like having them take on superheroes as like normal individuals, kind of, sort of? And I like that the angle that they've taken, like, it, even though it's different, it doesn't feel like, you know, like it's done poorly at all just because they've decided to do things differently. Like, it's one of those situations where, you know how people will get like really upset when adaptations don't really follow source material? I feel like a lot less people are really upset, even though they've changed a bunch of shit in this, and I think a lot of that just has to do with the fact that it's fucking good. Like, yes, they've changed some things, like quite a lot of things actually, but they're not doing it in such a way where it feels like disrespectful to the source material. If anything, it's just like, nah, we're just trying to tell the story a little differently, but in a way that's still also really good and not in any way lazy or cash grabby or anything like that. Like, we're still telling a really cool story here. A really, you know, messed up one on top of all that, but depending on whose perspective you're looking at it from. But spending so much time breaking shit, man. But I look at all the scrap we got. We have almost 20,000. Alright, I think we're okay to continue up here, though. What's this? Hang on just a second, guys. Alright, sorry. I have been delivered a puppy dog again. To step out briefly. Hey, buddy. So you lay down here in your little bed and be comfortable. There you go. Ah, man, I gotta get fucking puppy cam figured out again. I keep forgetting to really even think about doing that. But I keep saying I'm gonna do it, and I really do intend to. I just I just keep forgetting. When I set that up, and because I will at some point here, I don't think it'll be like a constant fixture. Like, I'll only have it on, first of all, when he's actually in the room, obviously, but I'll probably just turn it on like some of the time, because I do kind of like at least up until a point where I might decide to just start being on camera regularly. I like having just the game on screen a lot of the time, because not only does it make my job easy, but it also just means I don't have to worry about my limited bitrate budget and stuff kind of like getting lessened by having, you know, a bunch of camera images it's trying to show on screen at the same time, and thus making it that I have to like potentially stream in a lower resolution in order to not have like bitrate issues. Alright, we finally made it to the other end here. Let's make sure we pick up all the goodies. I think we're good now. Man, what a short but long dungeon. It's just so packed full of stuff. If I didn't break everything, it wouldn't take that long, but... There's a dramatic reading of the boys comic, totally voice acted. Yeah, I think I remember hearing about that a while back. I definitely recommend it. If, at least giving it a try. You might not like it, if you like the show, and are expecting something to be like extremely similar. It's definitely similar, but you know, and the show is definitely like still obscene and raunchy at times, but like obviously there's only so much they can get away with on TV. Garth put a handful more things in the comic, I'd say, that are perhaps even more so, but not as much as you would think. Like, the show really pushes the limits as much as it can, which is good, in terms of people who wanted for it to be like as faithful as possible. But we have 75. All right, let's go back and upgrade some more. Is it the skeletal looking guy? Sorry, I know you asked that like a while back. If you're referring to Jack from Jupiter, yes, kind of. He's sort of like, if you look him up, he's like he's very skinny. He wears like a cape and stuff that's sort of, you know, very minimal, like harness and like Speedo looking outfit. It's meant to look very similar to Martian Manhunter's outfit, except he's not green skinned, he's like orange colored. Yeah, and he doesn't really have a nose. It's kind of like he has like a cavity where a nose would be, basically, but like he doesn't really have a nose. Like, I don't know if his superhero mutation caused him to lose his nose or what happened there, but I don't remember if they ever go into it. But his ability, instead of being able to kind of like shift into anything, like to morph himself into different things, or you know, to phase, like to become what's the word I'm looking for here, to just to be able to like pass through objects or have things pass through him. He can't do that stuff. His only power, really, aside from having like enhanced strength and all that, is that he can basically make himself invulnerable, which is similar to Translucent. They obviously took that for Translucent, except that with Translucent they added the whole thing that he can fully change his like body's molecular structure or whatever, so that or at least this of his skin, so he can make his skin like translucent, to make himself completely invisible, or he can make his skin like impenetrable. I don't know why this guy is like stuck in a loop here. Maybe it's because like I keep getting close. He's supposed to be sitting down, but then like when I get close, he's like, oh, I should be standing up. Oh, but you're not that close, so I'll sit back down.
What do you need?
He just seems very unsure. All right, we should have enough for 3, I think, unless they're, yeah, if they're 20 each, we should be okay. And then a simulacrum for the final level. So I'm thinking, like, I don't know if I should wait. I think I want to go ahead and upgrade the, well, do I guess let's just leave shit at plus 19. It's not like it's going to be a ton of different damage or anything, because we might want to try some of the other weaponry here, and I want to save some simulacrums in case. I'm sure we can get more from like adventure or survival mode, but for now let's not bank on that too much, I guess. 15, 15, 15. We can't afford to upgrade all three of these, so I think I'll just wait again.
Be safe out there.
All right, you don't have anything that I want or want to talk to you about. Let me just go buy what I can potentially from the lady.
Needing any?
But yeah, the boys, in terms of like, if you're buying them in graphic novel collections, the boys is like, it's like 12 issues, I think. That might include like a side one that has like some side story stuff. I mean, I don't know why I'm buying these. We don't need to buy those right now.
Take care then.
I don't think I have any other red crystal. We still are flying fragments. I mean, we still need to get more of those at some point. All right, I think I'm happy with those being at plus 19. I don't really feel like we need to specifically make them maxed out just yet. I might even just not max anything out just so I can get extra heals if I feel like they'd be useful. But right now, 5's been pretty good, so I use the Mender's Aura. If I get to a point where I just don't want to use the Mender's Aura anymore, then having those extra heals probably wouldn't hurt. Okay, let's go back. There are peeps that are on cam, and there are VTubers, and there are people that just don't want to be on cam. You shouldn't feel forced to be on one of those cams. It's not so much that I feel forced at all. It's just more of a, like, a thing that I've said that I do for a long time. If and when I do, I'll probably be a little bit more like, probably in a similar approach to how Marcus does his, aka Epic Name Bro. In which, you know, some days he's on camera and some days he's not. It just depends on how I feel. I did not notice the giant tornado until just now. Sundered port. All right. I'm going to quickly swap to the coach gun just because it's usually better for bosses. It's not always the case. If it turns out that the sniper is better, then I'll switch back. Oh, whoops, I did this in the wrong order. I need to first equip this, then rest. But yeah, I don't know. It's just like I have a big green screen too. I need to figure out if I can still install it in this room because when I got it originally, I got it for, you know, for the room that I used to be streaming from in my old house before I moved, which I streamed from the basement, was where I had my streaming set up. And I didn't really have a lot of room down there. Like, my bedroom was upstairs. Now I'm streaming from my bedroom in my new place because, you know, we have actually even less space overall, but since it's just the two of us, it's not so bad since we don't have a third roommate. And also my room's not really bigger than the streaming room, but because I'm combining it as like both my bedroom and a stream room, it works better. Because the room that I used to stream from, like, I had a bunch of shit like stored down there too, so that's why there wasn't really much space. Well, not just me, but all of us. So like half of that room was kind of taken up by just stuff. But now, the thing is, like, I was gonna try to put like a green screen like suspended from the ceiling in that old room, but then I got it like not long before we moved, and then I was like, because the move thing sort of happened, or the decision to sell that place and move kind of happened sort of So I just ended up not installing it, and I was just like, okay, well, I'll just do this at some point in the future here, and then when I'm ready to and I'm less busy, I'll consider putting it together and being on camera and all that. But then I just have been busy for so long that it just kind of never really came about. So, but I would still kind of like to. All right, Tornado Man. I forgot that he'd be a rat. Yeah. Oh. There's like a storm cloud following me. Conjured ice. Why is my gun? Okay, there it is. Oh. I popped out at the wrong time. There is a storm cloud following me, so I'm like, I think you have to like consistently keep moving to the right. I guess I'll stick with this. This is probably fine. Like, he's at a range that the coach gun is maybe not optimal, but I don't know if I want to put hotshot on the sniper rifle. And I don't really have anything else that upgraded. Well, I mean, we could try just using the machine pistol. It's not as upgraded at all, but although why would we use that over the repeater pistol? It would be the long gun we'd be replacing. Yeah, no, I think we'll just stick with it for now and see how we go. Keep running, buddy. Man, it just... Oh, okay. Well... Also, hey, Karate, how's it going? Think you'll finish the game today? I don't know how long the DLC is, so maybe. Yeah, I didn't think that the arena was just going to run out right there. I thought it was going to be kind of like a loop. I mean, it kind of is, I guess, but I just have to, like... Man, I wish I could point at the map. You can see that it does look like it loops around, but, like, I think I got, like, to the lower left edge there, and I needed to kind of go up instead. How did the ice water feel? It's a little cold, I guess. How's it going? Acrixel? I'm sorry, I'm not sure how to pronounce her name. A lot of consonants. Alright, let's try this again. I think I shot my own cover there. Oh, okay. It seemed like before I was able to just run and that didn't hit me. Acroll? Okay. But yeah, welcome in. When I just ran before that, he didn't seem to be able to hit me, so I don't know why I got caught that time. So we'll have to just really pay more attention and roll instead. So we're being forced to the side by the storm chasing us this way, and then... You know, there's just a lot happening all at once here. I should probably not be using the, And it is hard to, like, tell when I've got a good, solid moment here to shoot. Oh, the storm is right here. Okay. How did it catch up to me so much faster? It seems so far behind. Man, there is a lot to pay attention to in this. It's him, it's the ice orb, it's the storm. It doesn't seem that complex, but like every time I feel like I'm getting somewhere with the fight, then it's just like, oh, well, now this is caught up to you. I don't know. I don't want to lose Hotshot, but maybe we should just try the sniper rifle really quick. But the dog's not going to do anything for us, so... because I don't think we can reach him. I could be wrong, but... maybe let's try a different mod. This is the first time that I've ever really switched them around. But the sniper rifle might be better for this. But not the mod, because it's... our good boy is not going to be able to hit. We could just use the skulls. I'm going to stick with summons. That might be better here. Let's try them, I guess. Alright. So far, this boss is working out to be the one that I've probably died to the most, or will die to the most, because I've died several times just at the start of the fight now. It doesn't seem that complex, but like I die very quickly. How did that miss you? It was right on. What? Why is that not hitting? Man, it's just hard to avoid it all, too. I don't know what to do with that shit. There's so much. I wish I had something that I could use to get rid of the... Like, am I safe here? I guess momentarily, yes. Why can't I? Oh, I can't aim though for some reason. I don't know if that was a glitch. All right. We're just gonna go ahead and let ourselves die here. Okay, we can get over next to him. Apparently, there is a bridge there. There's just so much going on. It's really hard to tell what to do at any given time. All right, give me the dog back then. So you can just go over there and fight him, I guess. All right, so maybe we need to try to close in somehow and not let ourselves get caught in the storm, but then I'm not really sure how we're gonna avoid. It's really hard to kill the fucking ice thingy fast enough. That was too early. Hit there. Okay, that's not where I said to roll. I don't know why it went sideways suddenly. Just trying to turn the camera a little bit, game. It's like I just don't have the damage, but I should, because my guns are all but upgraded here, so I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong. I feel like you gotta take down the conjured ice, because it just constantly shoots at you otherwise. And you can't really outrun it, because even if you run, like, it just hits you anyways. What am I missing here? I mean, don't get me wrong, I know the game, we're playing on hard, it's built around co-op, yada yada, but, like, this should still be doable, I assume. Yeah, I've tried, I literally had Beck in a second ago. Also, hey Vic, how's it going? I don't think Beckon is necessarily better than the dog in this situation, since the dog can make it to him, unless he got stuck there, maybe. Although I don't even think I used him, to be honest. I think I forgot to summon him at the beginning. But it's not like it really helped, because I can't make Beckon target the ice thing. I can only just pop them out, and they're just going to attack whatever they attack, which is probably just going to be him. Honestly, the coach gun was working better, sort of. The range isn't as good, but if we can close in at some point, it does seem like it'll be a little bit better. It's just a matter of somehow getting that stupid fucking thing to be destroyed in a quick time, but I just can't seem to get there fast enough. I just need more damage. Now, and I could use the essence or something to take less frost buildup, but I don't think that's going to help me. Oh, spice root is what fixes that. I guess I'll equip it, but I only got 2. They might be available for sale now, but let me just try this guy again. Let's try something here. I'm too fucking close to the thing. God, that's fucking instant. You just don't get much time to do anything here. This fucking thing is just constantly shooting at you. Oh shit. You gotta move, buddy. You gotta move. Great. Well, this one's gonna be a bust, I think. I wish the terrain was a little bit more even, too. That'd be nice. He's already got it back? What? Why? Good God, man. It's too much. Too many things you guys did. Too many things. Why is the ice back already? It's like, here's one thing, and then here's 15 other fucking things. Like, just 1 or 2 fucking mechanics is enough, guys. Okay. We can do this somehow. I fucking missed again. I need to not be using this from over here. Why? Like... Alright, you know what? I feel like this fight... This is probably the worst design they've done in the entire game. I'm not just saying that because I'm, like, bad at it. Like, I just don't know. Like, it doesn't give you any fucking opportunities to do anything. You have to burn down the ice because it constantly shoots at you. And it shoots at you so fast, you can't even evade it properly without spamming roll. Like, what the fuck were they thinking with this one? Why are you sliding? so goddamn fast. I'm like really trying to tell which attack he's gonna do. And it's like as soon as that staff glows, you just have to dodge. But the problem is there's variable timing because he makes it glow when he does his melee attack and he makes it glow when he's doing the slow attack. But there's enough time that if I dodge immediately and he does the slow attack, it's not going to punish me because it comes out slow enough for me to dodge again. But there's not enough time if he does the melee and I fuck up, you know, by dodging too soon because you have to instantly dodge the other one. I feel like this was doing so much more damage the first time. Going for it again. Please keep shooting. Why sometimes my shit just doesn't want to fucking work. I guess the fire took care of it that time. Boys now. No, fucking dodge. Come on, just get up the thing. Oh, you fucking. Terrain, why? We had the distance, man. I could have just gotten behind the thing and healed, but no. Just wouldn't let me up the little stupid lip. Like, I think we have the damage, we just have to, like, space it out properly. Come on, game. Please stop just randomly dropping. No, the fucking storm is here. Of course it is. It's still fucking right next to me. Come on. Just get there. Jesus Christ. I'm fucking dead. Shit's everywhere. God damn it. This shit is fucked. The boss model is fine, yeah. I've only got one more of those spice thingies. Maybe, I'm hoping now that it's available, or that I've found some, that it's available for purchase, but I'm not gonna assume that that's the case. Where's the... Oh, he literally hasn't conjured it yet? Okay, okay. Now it's there. Shit takes far too fucking long to do. Get fucked. Alright.
Not bad. I broke a sweat. Give me that.
Yeah. As far as like, I mean, he was definitely doable, and I knew he would be, but like,
Not enough room.
that felt like one of the more on the unfair side of things as far as like a solo fight is concerned. I mean, I'm the one choosing to do this solo, so, and on hard, so there is all that, but
Bag's full.
right, this is just gonna all be ammo. Alright, do you get any like chests up here then? Thanks to the GGs, by the way. Also, hey Bloody Onion, how's it going? Welcome in. Ammo. Chests around. Usually they like to put in some loot after a boss fight. Maybe not this time. Some scrap here at least. Although, admittedly, it's mostly like world bosses that I think have like the big loot, and I don't believe this guy was a world boss despite his mild unfairness.
Bag's full.
Like I said, overall, I don't think he was that bad. He just his design was not conducive to you know, one player just frantically running around the arena. Like having somebody else shoot the ice orb thingy at the same time would have made that far easier. One more week until the sequel. I'm excited. Yeah, I'm excited for it too. I went ahead and pre-purchased the Ultimate Edition, which said something about potential early access, like by a couple of days or something. So if that happens, I might try to stream it early, but I'm not sure. It'll depend on if it'll end up conflicting. Like assuming I even get that at all, but it'll depend on if it conflicts with weekend plans with Elden Ring co-op with Charlie. Dungeon bosses are kind of hit or miss for chests after the fight. Yeah, it seems that way, but I'm not seeing anything, so I feel like I've at least done my due diligence. I think overall he wasn't that bad. He's probably the boss I've died to the most. Because I've first tried a handful, and then there's a bunch that I've definitely died to, but usually, much like with a lot of FromSoft games, I typically only die like a few times the night I get it. This guy took me... How many tries was that? Like 10? Maybe not quite 10. It's kind of a lot of tries. Maybe not that much for some people's like casual like FromSoft or Souls like gameplay. You know, sometimes you end up doing attempting a boss for hours and hours, taking like what feels like 100 or 200 tries. You know, I don't know. I usually pick up fights relatively quickly in third-person combat games. That one was just rough because there was a lot to manage. Because you got to stay out of the storm, and you got to like try to stay behind cover so you're not getting hit. And then when you manage to get the conjured ice down, then you can, you know, run up near the guy, and not that you really need to, I guess, but if you're using the coach gun like I was, then that's the more advantageous thing. Plus, he tries to like swing at you a little bit more, which I think is maybe a little easier to avoid some of those. All right. Started the game on Apocalypse, took way longer than it should for the first playthrough. Yeah, no, I'm doing hard. I don't think Apocalypse was available to me. I think it was Nightmare was the hardest I could choose. Although I think the DLC you can do on Apocalypse immediately. Or maybe it just was available to me because I beat the game on hard already, base game. But I know Nightmare at least was a choice. It's possible Apocalypse was, and I just forgot it, but it just didn't. For a solo first playthrough, I was just like, okay, maybe I would like a challenge, but I don't want it to be like completely unfair, knowing that the game is largely based around co-op. I need to pick up some extra hours to pay for this sequel. Well, good luck. Do we have any reason we need to travel back right now? Yes. Oh yeah, Glacial Scepter. Turned into a powerful weapon mod. Some believe the Crawl can make the cold, but they only wielded frigid Raisum. I don't know how to how this planet name should be pronounced. Is our mother and sister. Okay, it's a little weird. We'll go with that. Let me just go see what she's gonna make that into for us here. Little grumpy lass. And then how long have we been going for here? 4.5 hours. All right, I'll go for like a little bit, but then we're probably gonna call it a day because I gotta get to doing some stuff here this evening before it gets too late. And don't get me wrong, we will still have occasions where I'll probably end up just doing, 8-hour streams or whatever, like I sometimes do, but I am a little tired today, so I think 5 hours seems pretty good. I guess I could upgrade my armor too. Let me see what she'll craft this into first. I don't care if you're not in the mood, because you never are.
Fine, let's have a look.
Blizzard. Cast a storm cloud that rains icicles as it travels forward up to 30 meters. Icicles deal 30 frost damage each. Apply frostbite to enemies within 2 meters. That seems like it could be cool. I don't know if I'll end up using it or not, but like everything else, I'll just keep buying them, so I've got them.
Done here?
Yes, we're done here. Back to being shitty, I guess.
Oh, traveler.
Sort of the game. Yeah, the church was hell, the most memorable thing for me, as well as the Undying King. Sixillus due to the DPS check. Which one was Sixillus again? I know I fought it, but I'm trying to remember which one that is. The Undying King was probably the hardest fight, for me. Like, harder than, Bridge Boss. Oh, the bugs, right. Yeah. Sorry, I always blank on that because it sounds like it's the name of one boss, but it's actually 2 bosses. That one took me a few tries too. I think actually the Undying King only took me like 3 or 4 tries, but he felt like the hardest thing. It's just that on the try that I succeeded, I had to go like full on gamer focus mode, and I just like stopped talking for like the rest of the fight. It came down to the wire a couple of times because I like ran out of heals, or at least regular heals. I think I might have had some blood wart, but I couldn't really use that very easily in the middle of combat. And it got like really close, and I was having to like, perfectly dodge everything because I was low on HP. Just like running out of ammo, meleeing stuff as they came up, and then just like finally getting him down. And I was just like, okay, we finally got it. But he was a little rough up to that point, at least. Buddy, puppy dog, yes you are. All right. Yeah. Show me your wares. And then let me upgrade my armor a little bit, I guess. 16. 16. Alright, everything to 16 for now. I'm gonna stick with the set that I'm wearing for now unless something else pops out at me. If I ever do replay this for another co-op option, like as a revisit, then I'll probably do a melee build. And if I do end up doing co-op in the sequel, I might do melee for that, just because the Challenger does look kind of fun, and I might like to switch it up. But I might also just be like, you know, whatever, I'll just do Gunslinger, because Gunslinger also looks hella fun. I mean, all the classes look fun, it just depends. I could also potentially, just if I do a solo playthrough, I could try out the handler or whatever it's called, just to see like how well balanced the game is around having the dog companion. We like having our dog companion anyway. That's when we can pop him out. But sometimes I just like the extra challenge of being completely solo too, so. In fact, as much as I like having a dog companion, like anytime I've played Fallout 4, you know, or any of those kinds of games, Skyrim included, I typically don't like having companions outside of like using them as mobile storage at times, because I just like being solo in those games typically. Playing in actual co-op with somebody would be different, but like when you're just having like an AI companion follow you around, I find them to be just kind of like in the way and sort of annoying most of the time, so I usually just don't like having like a follower. What if the handler lets you name the dog? That'd be sick. Alright, so this one actually popped us out on this side. I was assuming that the upper dungeon would do that, but we should probably do the upper dungeon before we do a bunch else. Maybe what we'll do with what's left of today, we'll finish exploring this map segment, and we'll call it there. Companion's just standing in the doorway, not moving. Yeah, exactly. Or just frequently getting killed, or otherwise like blocking your shot or your swing or whatever. I don't necessarily mind using them a fair bit of the time. It's just as for just something fun to switch up the game a little bit, the gameplay. Those bears are much nicer to fight at an extreme distance than they are up close. That's for sure. Okay. This way. Hey, Winterheart, how's it going? A gun that fires red numbers is a choice? Yeah, it sure is. It was only red because I was shooting in the face. But, we like weak spot damage nevertheless. You gonna go get him, doggo? Okay. Get him, Dogbert. Kinda missed there. We got really lucky with that ice explosion there. I think he just like crashed into it or something. Kind of helped us out. Scrap, please. Okay. Thought I saw some more boys. It's so foggy, it's hard to see your head. There it is. Oh, the damage fall off. We're a little bit outside of our range here. I do like the details of, like, you know, the fact that you'll see skeletons in this world and they'll actually be like rat boy skeletons near like a tome of knowledge or something, and not just like a random human skeleton for some reason. It's that, like, that lore accurate contextual stuff. It's good. Hope you're doing well. Yeah. I'm pretty good. I hope you're also doing well, Winterheart. What is this? Driftstone. Oh, that reminds me. I think I picked up a ring earlier and I forgot to look at it. What was it? Oh, Burden of the Warlord. Reduces the effective range of all firearms by 50%, increases all damage dealt by 15%. So very closer range build. Probably not gonna go with that since we do like our sniper rifle a lot. And we got a drift stone. It's an amulet. Yeah. Doubles frostbite application. Well, that'd be fucking sick with a frostbite gun. Yeah, we do have that mod, but randomly jerked my aim over to the right there. Not the game, I did that, but I just pressed a little too hard on the stick there. Alright, okay, I thought this was gonna be longer. Tell you what we'll do. I want to save this one for later, so what we're gonna do is make our way up to the upper dungeon, and then once we get there and go in and rest, that's when I'll end it, and we'll save the dungeon for next time. I don't mind spacing out some bits of the DLC here, just it gets us a little closer to the release of the sequel without there being a big gap in between. Not that I want to like slow play this specifically, but I want it to be entertaining for y'all to be able to watch. Why is you buffing over there? Settle down, please. This probably couldn't have heard that anyways. It was like a tiny little bork. Peepo time. I need to add those to my 7 TV, huh? The DLC is pretty long. Oh, well, that's good to know. I really was not sure what, like, how long the game or the DLC is in general, so we're compensating again. That's better. This is not the right way. Let me just grab this. Thank you. Go up here. Oh, you're assuming from watching me. Gotcha. I see. You've led me astray. Damn you, karate. No, I have no clue. Okay, that seemed like it should have hit, but how are y'all in melee? Takes a few hits. Closer.
Damn it!
I'm hoping that the DLC is at least relatively long, but we've already gone through everything pre-Prime Ward area, or Ward Prime, I should say. And then now a fair bit of the snowy Racem area. Racem. And it's just, I keep expecting them to put a bunch of enemies in my way to make like our trip over here longer, and then it's just like, it's not quite enemy free, but there weren't that many lads. Alright, well, inside here. But yeah, for all I know, I would be surprised if they were going to add more than, I think it's supposed to just add one biome. Being the main deal being Racem. I don't know. You could say like maybe 1.5 or 1.25 biome, 1 1/3 maybe biomes if we're including the bit leading up toward Prime. Because that was like, you know, the homestead area. I did have to clear all that out. Or, I mean, I didn't have to, but I did do all that. But there's still like adventure mode and survival mode and all that kind of stuff too. Like, what the hell was that noise? Sit down. Alright. We're not going to do this whole dungeon. I just wanted to see what was initially in here before we called it a day. I should quickly go back and see if there's any of this spice root or whatever it's called available for sale. Now that I've found some. Go get him, dog. Missed. Oh, what the fuck? Destroy all totems. Okay. Oh, shit. Well, maybe we'll just quickly do that, get it out of the way. Sorry, dog. They just keep on spawning. Wait, what? He was like behind me. Just die. I could not catch any bit of a break here. Alright. Hi, God. Let me use it. I can't. If I could leave. It's not like dying is a big deal, but I don't know if dog triggered the totems thing. I was not prepared for that at all. I think we kind of need to like hurry if we're gonna do that. I might even need the coach gun for that, depending on how they're set up. It's something we can quickly destroy with like a single melee hit or a regular gunshot or something. That's one thing, but shit, this is still just active, huh? All right, it'll let me rest. Good. There we go. Hidden son of a bitch. Alright, where are these damn totems at? So, I think maybe our dog must have, oh, he's not dead. Damn it. Oh, you fucking, come on. Come on.
Oh, that was terrible.
I don't know if something glitched too. We just got like a crazy amount of rats the first one that got broken. Little mole rat, little naked mole rat dudes. Now there's not quite so many. So yeah, I don't know, man, if something glitched there. We like totems. Think a big guy's coming. Yep. Throw your shield. That works.
Oh, it's over.
Thought I saw another totem here. I was gonna end too, but then I just kind of got caught up on this as soon as the totem shit sprawled out of control. What can I say, man? I like some video games. I guess we could have let dog do that. I guess we'll just keep going until we reach the end of this. Hopefully it's not super long, but... shall find out. Alright, what's up here? Nothing. She's a bloodwort. That little bit of extra passive healing going. There's a lot of chests in here, man. Oh no, dog got lit on fire. Oh shit, I didn't know that could happen. Damn it. I was like in the midst of reloading still, sir. I do really like the rat designs, I'll be honest. I mean, the naked mole rat enemies are just little naked mole rats, but...
Crap!
Evoker's Seal. Alright, we got it all, finally. All the totals, anyway. Just make sure we got all the loot and stuff before we move on out of here. There's so many chests in this little cave, man. I feel like there should have been something real nasty in here. Like a little feeding cave. Maybe this is where one of the little big shield rats lived. Okay. And we have over 21,000 monies scrap. Alright, sometimes they need to do they need to make these little terrain lips a little bit easier to traverse. Unbreakable. I almost fell for it. I was about to blow myself up. Alright, what do we have here? Another ring. Bloodletter's insignia. I need to look at the Evoker's Seal. Let's just do that now before I forget. Bloodletter's insignia. Bleeding effects applied by the wearer steal 10% of the damage dealt and return it to the wearer's health. Could be kind of cool. And Evoker's Seal, the refunds 50% of mod power on use. Okay, for like a mod, maybe a mod focused or mod summoner build, I could see using that. Potentially, anyway. Just use them even faster. Your mage build, so to speak. Oh. this one just has a dead end. There's no continuation from here, huh? All right, well, I mean, that makes sense. Like, obviously some dungeons just are that way, but they don't always continue on into something else. But yeah, I guess I just sort of figured there'd be like a little something at the end or some shit. This is just one of those no boss dungeons. Okay, well, I guess for like a last thing, that was probably pretty good. It was it got a little spicy there. I do think I'm not sure if the game glitched and we weren't supposed to have that many rats and it was just crazy, or if by leaving and coming back that I bugged it and then I just wasn't getting all the ones I was supposed to. Because it seemed like it could be like a, you know, a little chase rush sort of thing, to have to like try to speed your way through this little cave and clear all the totems quickly, but to be honest, the amount of rats it was throwing at me was also getting a little absurd. Because like I had no time to really do anything except just get attacked. Because like, you know, the coach gun would have been like an automatic one tap for basically every rat that got close, but then I'd have to reload after every 2 shots and then probably get hit during just trying to reload. And you know, the pistol was keeping them at bay, but it, you know, regardless, I just wasn't really killing them fast enough to keep up with the absolute vermin tide that was coming my way there. So yeah, I'm not sure. It also just seemed weird because, I mean, I guess dog must have, our dog must have killed or destroyed one of the totems, and that's what set it all off. But yeah, I was not ready for that. I think if you know about that being a thing in this cave, like if you come across this dungeon, then the easiest way to deal with that, especially if it is supposed to be like just a little rush attack situation, you know, you just got to do it quickly or you're going to get overwhelmed. I think the way you would want to do that would be, first of all, don't summon any companions because they're going to attack the totems before you might be ready. But just clear the whole dungeon so of any normal enemies that are there. And then I'm pressing triangle. Look, it's Elden Ring content. And then after that, you know, trigger the totems, maybe even do it in the reverse direction so you can do it on your way out. And then that way you're just dealing with the spawns as you run and gun. But yeah, I'm not sure. It just seemed like very sudden, and then there was just like an endless fucking stream of little rat boys. But yeah, I think that's gonna do it for today, y'all. Here, let me return to the ward. I'll just try to remember that I don't want to go back here next time we want to return to one of the big crystals. Let me look at the area first and see what which one it even is we're supposed to go back to. I guess it's the Silent Snow. I'll have to double check, but see. Because we had opened up like that other area, so it might be the first one actually. I think it probably is the first one. But yeah, thank you all for watching and hanging out with me today. I really appreciate it as always. Sorry, I know the music is cutting out for a second. I'm just checking something here. All right. Yeah, I will just go ahead and call it. But no, this was a lot of fun. I think we'll probably end up finishing the DLC next time, would be my guess, on the next stream, which could be, may just be tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure what this week is going to look like just yet. I think expect tomorrow/Thursday, possibly both days, for Remnant and or something else. And then Friday, I think I may be streaming early again with Charlie if she's ready to do Friday evening for her, because I know she wants to try to do Fridays and Saturdays, and possibly Sundays too, because I guess she's gonna stop working regular Mondays. Although I don't know if that's happening this week or not, but probably it will at least play Friday and Saturday would be my guess. So Friday morning for me, Friday night for her. Someday the Friday time zone for the rest of y'all, depending on where you live in the world. But yeah, so we'll try to finish this up either tomorrow or Thursday, or what have you, and we'll try to figure out something else in the meantime. And if we finish it up really fast and tomorrow, and just do a little bit of adventure mode or something to kind of fill up the stream with, since I haven't done that on stream, then instead of trying to find a game to play for one day, I might just take one day off, either tomorrow or Thursday. We'll see how it goes. I do have some work I need to catch up on, so I might just do that. But yeah, just keep your eyes out. Keep an eye out for more streams in the next day or so, and one of the 2 days, or possibly both. We'll see how things go. But in the meantime, y'all have a great rest of your day / night. Take good care of yourselves. Thank you again for hanging out with me today. Like I said, I very, very much appreciate y'all spending your time with me. And I hope you've been enjoying Remnant. Like I said, we'll probably revisit it at some point and do like a co-op with friends kind of thing. I don't know yet how Remnant 2 is going to go, if I'm going to jump immediately into co-op, if there's people who like definitely want to try right away and we can schedule something. I may just jump into solo and just let people join me as they want to, if it works out better that way. Or I'll try to do like 2 playthroughs and we'll just see how it goes. I'm not really sure how it's going to go, but because if the sequel has like adventure mode and stuff like that too, it might be fun just to do that part in co-op. Then people can just join. We can schedule it when people are available, but we'll see. Anyways, y'all take care. I will see you on the next one. Peace out, everybody. Bye-bye. Bye.